Dear participants, we will commence the regional preparatory meeting shortly. May I please request that you take your seats, and for our session 3 speakers to please have a seat at the rostrum. Online participants, may I please request that you rename yourself to your name, organization, and country. Take this. Yes, ma'am. Matt. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and participants, good morning, and welcome to the second day of the Asia-Pacific Regional Preparatory Meeting on the priority theme of the 70th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, ensuring and strengthening access to justice for all women and girls, including by promoting inclusive and equitable legal systems, eliminating discriminatory laws, policies, and practices, and addressing structural barriers. I am Muntira Nakwishian, Head of Communications, UN Women, Asia, and the Pacific, and I serve as your MC today. Before we begin, a reminder that we will have a thematic session this morning and a review and discussion of the suggested actions in the afternoon. We will also have a lunch break. Online participants, may we please request you rename yourself, organization, and country. We also wish to remind online participants that closed captioning is available, and this can be activated by using Zoom settings at the bottom of your screen. For any technical issues, please send a message through a Q&A function, and our technical team will be able to assist you. Otherwise, we kindly request online participants to remain muted and with their cameras off, unless invited to address the plenary. We'll now begin our third session on making the justice work, responding to the interplay of structural barriers, social norms, and intersectional discrimination. I now have the pleasure of introducing the moderator of our third session, Ms. Apana Basnyat, Regional Program Advisor on Rule of Law, Human Rights, and Security, UNDP Bangkok Regional Hub. Ms. Basnyat, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Distinguished representatives, civil society partners, United Nations colleagues, good morning. Welcome to this third session of the Asia-Pacific Regional Preparatory Meeting for CSW70, entitled Making Justice Work, Responding to the Interplay of Structural Barriers, Social Norms, and Intersectional Discrimination. I'm very privileged to have the opportunity to moderate this distinguished panel this morning. The session today will focus on how justice systems across Asia and the Pacific can move beyond legal commitments and address the structural, social, and institutional barriers that continue to limit women's access to justice, particularly for those facing intersecting forms of discrimination. In today's session, we will proceed with 2 rounds of questions. The first round will focus on identifying key barriers and gaps from different perspectives. The second round will turn to solutions, reforms, and enabling conditions that can make justice systems more responsive, inclusive, and accountable. There will be 2 rounds of questions where speakers are invited to make brief response of 4 minutes for the first round and 3 minutes for the second round. So I'm pleased to introduce our first speaker today, Honorable Justice Amy Lazaro Javier. Justice Amy is an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the Philippines and the President of the Philippines Women Judges Association, where she champions increased representation, professional development, and gender-responsive practices in the judiciary. She also serves in leadership roles with the International Association of Women Judges, advancing inclusive justice and women's leadership across the region. So, Justice Amy, from your perspective on the bench, what institutional reforms within courts and judicial administration are most urgent to make procedures gender responsive and reduce re-victimization, especially for women and girls facing intersecting forms of discrimination, including those living in rural areas, Indigenous women and girls with disabilities in the Asia-Pacific region? Over to you.
Okay, thank you. First on the list is the strategic plan for judicial innovations of the Supreme Court for 2022 to 2027. It's a 5-year plan, an action plan of the Supreme Court with emphasis on inclusive and fair justice, which includes judicial or improving judicial performance in gender-related cases for the benefit of all. Second is the formulation of the use of gender fair language in the judiciary and court etiquette. These guidelines aim to provide safe spaces to women and children who are in need of urgent dispensation of justice. Then we also have the Supreme Court Style Book, which aims to guide our clerks and court attorneys in assisting us formulate our decisions that use gender fair language. Then we also have the Legal Feminization or Feminism Report, which we did a few years back. It is meant to conduct a study on how the highest court of the land in the Philippines has resolved gender-related cases, and in the process, learn from our mistakes and prevent these mistakes to occur again. Then we, for decades, have already observed the anonymizing victims in gender-related cases, especially in sexual abuse cases, where we withhold information on the person of the victim, precisely to prevent that victim to be victimized anew. Then we have also, in coordination with the Department of Justice and the local government department of the Philippines, created a justice zone, especially to speed up cases involving child victims of online sexual exploitation. Then in the Philippines, we have a policy directive for every agency to use up at least 5% of their total budget for gender development and also projects that will enhance protection for gender members of the of the women sectors and the children. So we also have in our civil laws, the tender age principle, where the children aged below 7, where they are involved in custody battles, the law in the Philippines automatically, except for compelling reasons, awards the custody of children to the mother, because it's the mother that will serve the best interest of the child. That is the principle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justice Amy, for sharing really the concrete examples of reforms that have been taken forward in the Philippines. I'd like to now invite our next speaker, Dr. Nafisa Shah, who is a member of the Pakistan's National Assembly and chairperson of its Gender Mainstreaming Committee, to make her remarks. To introduce Dr. Shah, she has extensive experience in legislative reform, parliamentary oversight, and advancing women's rights and gender equality within complex and political institutional contexts. So, Dr. Shah, Pakistan has made notable progress in recent years in strengthening legal protections for women. Yet many observers note that implementation and enforcement remains the greatest challenge, particularly for women facing intersecting discrimination. So from your experience in the Parliament, what are the key gaps between law and practice that most urgently affect women's access to justice today? So over to you, Dr. Shah.
Many thanks. And first of all, thank you, ESCAP, UN Women, UNDP, and UNFPA for organizing this important Asia-Pacific regional meeting, preparatory meeting for the 70th CSW. Going into the background, Pakistan has a strong constitutional basis on gender rights, particularly women's rights. Our constitution promises equality, non-discrimination, and promotion of women's rights at the same time, including positive and affirmative action. Ever since the women's representative quotas of 17% were instituted in Pakistan's parliament in 2002, women parliamentarians are going through what I have called legislative activism in the lawmaking. Laws upon laws, criminalizing domestic violence, workplace harassment, restraining child marriage, criminalizing honor crimes, strengthening anti-rape laws, punishing harmful practices, laws criminalizing digital violence against women and girls, and laws against child abuse. The list is long. This demonstrates extraordinary performance, enthusiasm, commitment, and competition within women parliamentarians. And there is a strong political consciousness too. There is recognition and there is a sense of pride, and all of these are extremely positive. I'm also pleased to report that I started this movement in 2008 when I and some colleagues pioneered the Women's Parliamentary Caucus, one of the first that prioritized unity over division in Parliament, solidarity over party politics, and teamwork over individual work. Hence, it changed the culture of divisiveness when it comes to women's agenda. But the question is, how has all this changed the day-to-day lives of women in Pakistan? The newly constituted Gender Mainstreaming Committee in the Parliament, which I chair, helps us assess these realities. What we have now before us is this big pile of legislation, unfortunately in an implementation wasteland. Laws with scattered and patchy implementation, with incomplete officers, incomplete tribunals, unmanned officers, women's commissions with insufficient budgets and overlapping jurisdictions. We are in a state of implementation crisis, and this is the challenge before us. And I'm sure many of you here would also relate to this particular side. As a result, gap between the law and the lived reality for women, especially those facing intersecting vulnerabilities of class, geography, disability, or minority status, remains a challenge. In the Gender Mainstreaming Committee, we ask, we push for change, we connect the gaps, and we connect the dots. Our committee's work has constantly highlighted that passing of law is only a first step. Its spirit must be realized through implementation. The question before us is, and I put it to this House, is it a governance failure? Is it a lack of political will? Is it patriarchy? Is it judicial biases? Is it the design of the law? Or is it a failure of what is called women's implementation machinery? Or is it generally weak status of women which leaves them out of accessing whatever provisions exist? The indicators of women generally, low literacy, restricted mobility, access to public services, including jobs, financial resources, are all contributing to the implementation lag. Here, I would urge the global community, particularly the UN agencies, to come out and support research in identifying in these difficult jurisdictions different jurisdictions, what stops us from implementing this extraordinary legal infrastructure. This is one of the tasks that I have before me, and I can say that the answer perhaps lies, in my view, scattered in all these issues. Are these laws therefore monuments to progress, or are they castles in the cloud, our own dreams towards gender equality floating out there but never a part of the real world? The impact of lack of implementation has implications in an intersectional context. A woman from the rural area or a marginalized community is often turned away or pressured into compromise, never entering the justice pipeline. Women bravely seeking protection find promised safety net illusory, forcing them back into dangerous situations or into informal, unreliable systems. Similarly, a woman with disabilities lacks access to courtrooms. A Christian or Hindu woman may face dual prejudice, first for being a woman and then for being a part of the minority community. These women experience compounded discrimination, making the justice process alienating and traumatic, that they withdraw from it entirely. While here I want to also caution this House. While intersectionality is an important concept that helps us go beneath the surface, I would also caution that it sometimes may even fragment the category of women generally. For us in Pakistan, women in all their forms and manifestations, rich and poor, urban or rural, face intrinsic structural barriers, both old and new, and they need unified focus. To look closely at parts may even miss the whole. I thank you very much for this note of caution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shah, especially for highlighting some of the key challenges and gaps, especially around implementation. I'd like to now turn to Ms. Ain Husniza Saiful Nizam. Ain is a Malaysian youth advocate, founder of Pocket of Pink, and a member of UNICEF's Young People's Action Team. She works to advance digital safety, gender equality, and youth-led responses to online and offline gender-based violence. So, and as a youth activist who has worked on digital safety and youth engagement, what, in your view, are the main barriers young women face when seeking justice for online harassment or image-based abuse in Malaysia, but also broadly across the region? So over to you.
Thank you for that question, and everyone here at the preparatory meeting of the 17th Commission of the Status of Women, Asia Pacific. And I believe that the first and most fundamental barrier is that whether online harassment and image-based abuse is actually not taken as seriously as other forms of violence. So the research shows that young women and girls as digital natives actually face technologically facilitated gender-based violence disproportionately and with greater frequency. A 2020 Plan international study found that 58% of girls globally have experienced online harassment, with the Asia Pacific region showing particularly high rates. We even have new rising threats of AI, deepfakes, and other image-based abuse. Yet, for this experience to be properly recognized and addressed, we need more young people and girls in the rooms where these decisions are made. However, when I look closely at this room today, there are actually quite few of young people that are actually present. And young people know what their rights are. The question isn't whether we understand justice, it's whether the system is ready to accept us as legitimate actors within it. And without including young people in the room, we cannot even begin to speak of the solutions. So, as a 21-year-old who utilized digital activism, I can speak to this directly. It's not only that online abuse is normalized for young girls to receive, it's that when we try to receive justice, we're humiliated and degraded all over again. When I first reported vile sexual comments directed towards me online, towards the police in Malaysia, I wasn't met with support or investigation. First, instead of the platform reporting mechanism protecting me, people had even utilized me to report me at the platform itself, and the inquiry towards my own abuse was not taken seriously. And when I went to the police suggested that I myself had posted inappropriate pictures which justified the abuse that I received on the platform itself, implying that I deserved the abuse. This is the reality of young girls and women trying to access justice for technology facilitated injustice and abuse. These barriers aren't just about inadequate reporting mechanisms or institutional responses, though those are certainly failing us. The deeper barrier is epistemic, in which that justice system fundamentally don't really recognize digital violence as real violence or treat it with the same weight as physical harm. And here's the impossible position it creates. These same digital platforms where we face abuse, where we are also where we organize, push our rights, and access education as young girls. We're seeing governments across the region respond by attempting to ban or heavily restrict young people or girls' access to social media. These restrictions are framed as protection, but they shut down the very spaces where young people, especially young girls, organize for our rights and hold institutions accountable. When a girl gets harassed at school, we don't ban her from the space or stop her from getting education. Yet, policies that restrict digital platforms are doing exactly this. This doesn't protect us, it invalidates our experience, silences our voices, and ensures the challenges we face remain immersed in systems that refuse to see them as real. It takes away the responsibility from decision makers to put young people in the room and actually find the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane, and for highlighting some of the key issues around access to justice, barriers to access to justice for young women, and especially on issues of digital harm. For our final speaker, I would like to go online and to introduce Dr. Robbie Francis Watane, who is a disabled research lead at Donald Beasley Institute. She's from Aotearoa, New Zealand, specializing in disability justice and disabled person-led approaches to human rights monitoring, with a strong focus on advancing the rights of women and girls with disabilities. So, Dr. Robbie, your research and advocacy extends across contexts, including gender, conflict, peace building, and disability rights. What do you see as some of the most persistent intersectional barriers that women with disabilities face in navigating justice systems, whether in reporting, investigation, or court proceedings? And what specific reforms, whether policy, training, or procedural, do you see hold the most promise for dismantling these barriers? Over to you, Dr. Robbie.
Thank you, Apana. And I guess from an access to justice perspective, the barriers faced by women with disabilities, they're persistent, they're systemic, and deeply intersectional. People with disabilities, the largest minority in the world, comprising around 16% of the global population. And disability prevalence is higher amongst women than men. And when gender intersects with disability, experiences of poverty, exclusion, and violence are then compounded. We also know that women and girls with disabilities face multiple intersecting barriers across reporting, investigation, and court processes. And these include things like physical, environmental, communication, and informational inaccessibility, limited resources and access to services, and of course, discrimination and stigma. Now, this is super important because research consistently shows that women with disabilities are disproportionately affected by violence and abuse, while also being overrepresented in criminal justice systems. So to answer your question, I believe one of the most persistent barriers is attitudinal. Justice systems are often shaped by norms that privilege certain bodies and behaviors and communication styles, while penalizing those who fall outside of those norms. In Australia, Rowe and colleagues call this the criminalization of difference, which is basically the discretionary criminalization of behaviors that are associated with impairment rather than criminal intent. Now, attitudinal barriers then sit alongside policies and practices that continue to restrict the legal capacity of women with disabilities in relation to our bodies, our relationships, our assets. For example, guardianship laws, enforced sterilization, institutionalization, substituted decision-making, restrictions around marriage and property ownership remain lawful in many contexts. And as a result, women with disabilities, particularly those with communication, intellectual, and psychosocial disabilities, engage with justice systems. When they engage with these justice systems, they're frequently treated differently from their non-disabled peers. We also know that women with disabilities are more likely to be perceived as disruptive or suspicious, stopped and questioned by police, labeled as unreliable witnesses or sexually promiscuous. And our research has further demonstrated systemic disadvantage across justice processes themselves. Things like charge stacking, longer sentences compared with people without disabilities, and inaccessibility across police, court, and correction settings. It's important to note that these barriers are also affecting women with disabilities working within justice systems, maybe as lawyers or staff, judges, jurors, through things like inaccessible courtrooms and exclusionary jury selection processes. Now, the pathway for reform is clearly articulated in the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So we have Article 12, equal recognition before the law, and Article 13, access to justice. These articles both affirm that women with disabilities have full legal capacity on an equal basis with others and must be supported to exercise this capacity. So if I was to summarize, meaningful reform demands accessible justice infrastructure. It demands disability and gender-responsive training for justice professionals, procedural reforms that are age and gender responsive and that embed procedural accommodations like supported decision-making, and accountability mechanisms that are grounded in lived experience. Because I truly believe that without these changes, justice systems will continue to reproduce the inequities that they are meant to address. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Robbie, for discussing the key barriers as well as some recommendations on enhancing access to justice for women and girls with disabilities. We can to our panel again start with the first speaker for our second round of questions, which focuses in on solutions, and I would encourage our panelists to keep the responses brief. So Justice Amy, I turn to you again, focusing on representation in the justice system and drawing on your experience in the Philippines. What practical steps can courts and judicial councils take to increase women's leadership in the judiciary, ensure that leadership goes beyond symbolic representation and translates into systemic change? Over to you.
Thank you again. First, we must continue to promote open, transparent and merit-based selection process among the judges and justices. I am happy to report that in the Philippines, we have already achieved 56% of women in the trial courts. In the appellate courts, Court of Tax Appeal, 77%. For the draft court, 35%. And in the Court of Appeals, 45%. But it has yet to trickle up to the Supreme Court because up to now, since we were created 125 years ago, there has only been 8% of women in the Supreme Court. And currently, we are just 2 out of 15 justices. Then I am also happy to note that we have the Judicial and Bar Council that conducts screening openly with participation by the public. Then in the Philippines, we have the Philippine Women Judges Association and International Judges Association, in which we actively participate. We have the WILIL, or the Women in Leadership in Law program, which aims to coordinate with different agencies of government like the Congress, the Executive, and even the Judicial Bar Council with the end goal of achieving a balance in the judiciary. Then we support our own through the PWJA by doing our own screening process so that we can support the bid for promotion or appointment of our own. And then we continue to honor and recognize women through the observance of the International Day and Women Judges. We have observed 1 day off for every woman judge in the Philippines in giving recognition and honor to them for their service. Then we have the Hair Story Award. This is an award that has been launched 2 or 3 years ago by the PWJA, where we focus on the struggles and failures of our women judges that they were able to overcome, to inspire other women to do the same and not to give up on their dream for their families and for themselves. Of course, we have by law created the Philippine Commission on Women, and our chairperson is here present. It is one commission we must continue to support, including its mandate and its leadership. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justice Amy. I would now turn to Dr. Nafisa. Dr. Nafisa, public discourse, political participation, and civic engagement is increasingly taking place in the online space. We already heard from Ayn a little bit on the digital space, but I wanted to ask you, in your experience, what government policies and strategies have been effective to ensure timely and effective justice for survivors of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, particularly women in public life who face online attacks aimed at silencing their participation? Over to you.
Thank you very much for this very important, very current, and a question that is an enormous challenge and is a growing challenge globally as well. So in Pakistan, we always grapple with data and statistics. In our nearly 250 million population, it is estimated that 50% of the adult population are using internet, of which 25% are women. That is approximately around 8 to 10 million. And this figure is expected to expand. With these huge numbers of people on digital media spaces, it has become the new street where anger and often rage and frustration has become the new normal. And within that, women are crassly targeted. As students, as public figures, politicians, celebrities, women are facing increasing violence and harassment using different tools such as deepfakes, doxing, AI-generated images. Pakistan has recently made a comprehensive law, the Prevention of Electronic Crimes 2025, that criminalizes these acts. However, the law remains ineffective due to over-legislation. It involves multiple jurisdictions, often lack of resources. On December 23, 2025, our committee in the Parliament held a landmark parliamentary hearing, its first dedicated forum to address the growing crisis of technology-facilitated gender-based violence. The committee recognized that digital violence, including online harassment, threats, and non-consensual sharing of intimate content, is a systemic and severe form of abuse aimed at silencing women and excluding them from the public life. Crucially, the hearing established that this online harm is not separate from offline consequences, leading to psychological trauma, economic loss, and physical danger, thereby framing it as a critical issue of public safety, constitutional rights, and democratic participation. The hearing revealed significant gaps in Pakistan's response. While the Constitution provides very strong protections, the primary law, the Prevention of PICA 2016 and now 2025 after the amendments, is poorly implemented. Institutional capacity is severely strained, as evidenced by National Cybercrime Investigation Agency handling over 22,000 complaints related to digital violence against women in 2025 alone, with only a tiny fraction leading to convictions. Survivors face a fragmented, intimidating system, as was also pointed out by our young panelists, characterized by complex reporting, victim blaming, and lack of coordinated action with digital platforms. In conclusion, the committee reached a consensus on the urgent need for a coherent survivor-centered national strategy. This would involve reforming laws, strengthening institutions, seeking cross-border cooperation with platforms, and implementing a proposed national roadmap on TFGBV. The hearing underscored that ensuring safe digital spaces for women is fundamental to achieving gender justice, equality, and democratic freedoms in Pakistan. Sustained parliamentary oversight, of course, is critical to ensuring executive performance. However, challenges persist in cross-border data requests and platform transparency. We're working towards a unified national strategy against TFGBV, developed with input from women politicians, journalists, and activists to ensure legal, technical, and support measures are aligned, and to send a clear signal that online spaces must not become zones of impunity for gender-based violence. The proposed National Roadmap on Technology-Facilitated Gender-Based Violence, referenced during the hearing, was recognized as a critical opportunity to align constitutional guarantees, international human rights obligations, including CEDAW, and institutional action through a whole-of-government, whole-of-system approach structured around prevention, protection, prosecution, and response. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nafisa, for sharing the experience in Pakistan on the TFGB strategy and roadmap and some of your reflections. I'll turn to Amy. Amy, I wanted to ask you around youth movements. And youth movements often combine awareness and peer support along with tech solutions. Can you share an example of a youth-led approach or campaign that helped survivors navigate justice pathways, formal or community, and what made it effective? Over to you.
So this connects directly to what I mentioned, where young people are solution creators when traditional systems fail us. So the hashtag Make School a Safer Place movement, which I spearheaded in Malaysia at 17, began when students started sharing their experiences of sexual abuse in the education system and in schools. We saw young girls and young boys in Malaysia began sharing and writing and creating art on their own experiences of sexual harassment. And this scale of documentation and public accountability was only enabled because of digital platforms. And this campaign as a whole reached over 21 million people across these social media and directly contributed to the Malaysia's anti-sexual harassment bill, which took around 20 years to pass, even with the efforts of the CSOs and feminist collectives trying to push it. And this quite literally created another justice pathway being pushed forward by young people, where instead of needing to go to the police, where young people might face what I had faced when reporting, they now had another alternative pathway where they could directly report cases of sexual harassment to a tribunal of judges. And similarly, Pocket of Pink, the organization that I founded, combining art therapy with comprehensive sexuality education for children, exists because of the digital activism that enabled it, as well as the youth-led and peer support that exists within the structure. And my team of young feminists only came together because we had access to the internet to find each other, to organize and build something which has now reached over thousands of children across tens of schools in Malaysia. And what made these approaches effective wasn't just the fact that we utilized technology to organize and to bring forward solutions that in the end pushed for laws and policy, but the fact that it was 100% youth-led. It was youth and girls that spoke about their experiences of sexual abuse in schools in Malaysia that at the end managed to table the anti-sexual harassment bill. It was youth and girls that created these CSE modules and solutions to educate young children around their autonomy, around their rights. And I believe that that is the power of these solutions, was the fact that it wasn't only about meaningful participation of youth, but rather about youth being there and creating the solutions for their own issues and problems that exist. And I think that the lessons are these. It's the fact that youth not only brings innovation that exposes where these systems are failing, but they also demonstrate what responsive, survivor-centered, and accessible justice can look like. Our effectiveness comes from being close to the problems we are solving. If you're not directly talking to the people who are actually experiencing these problems, then how can we begin to speak about the solutions? And for justice systems to truly work for young women, we need to recognize young women as legitimate actors and ensure not only digital spaces, but also decision-making spaces and legislative spaces remain available and safe for the organizing of young women to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, and for highlighting also the importance of participation of young women in decision-making spaces. So I'd like to turn now back to Dr. Robbie online. So Dr. Robbie, from your experience, what are the key enablers, legal, institutional, or cultural, that justice institutions need to adopt to make the shift real rather than symbolic in terms of women and girls' access to justice for persons with disabilities? Over to you.
This is a great question because, a consistent finding across our work is that justice institutions often say they're committed to disability inclusion and accessibility, while continuing to operate systems that presume able-bodiedness, neurotypicality, credibility norms, and standard forms of communication, with, of course, as I've spoken about, the result being that women with disabilities are simultaneously over-policed, underprotected, and routinely excluded from meaningful participation in justice processes. That being said, it's not all bad news. So across our research, women and people with disabilities have clearly identified enablers that could and should be adopted by states to ensure change is real rather than symbolic. For example, legal enablers might include the full implementation of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, particularly Articles 12 and 13 throughout domestic legislation, throughout policy and court rules. And this is reinforced by CEDAW and General Recommendation number 33, as well as the UN's international principles and guidelines on access to justice for persons with disabilities. Legal enablers might also include a definitive shift away from substituted decision-making and towards supported decision-making, and this is throughout the justice system. And clear legal duties on justice agencies to provide gender and age-appropriate, individualized procedural accommodations for women with disabilities as a human right, rather than as a discretionary adjustment. If we're thinking about institutional enablers, these might include, for example, embedding the leadership of women with disabilities in justice design, in governance, in training, and in evaluation and monitoring. Implementing universal design principles across the justice system, like physical access, alternative forms of communication, and supported decision-making processes. We're talking about cross-sector collaboration, where justice agencies work in partnership with organizations of persons with disabilities, OPDs, and improve data collection and monitoring that captures disability, gender, ethnicity, and other intersectionalities to both expose inequities and track change over time. Finally, if we're thinking about cultural enablers, we really got to challenge these credibility myths, especially the assumption that women with disabilities are unreliable or incapable. We've got to have mandatory ongoing disability rights training led by women with disabilities for justice professionals that address ableism, intersectionality, and the criminalization of difference. And we've got to shift away from risk-averse, paternalistic practices towards approaches that are grounded in dignity, autonomy, and trust in our own knowledge as women with disabilities about our own lives and our own bodies. In closing, transformative change requires justice institutions to stop treating gender-responsive disability access as a charitable add-on and instead redesign systems around with women with disabilities as full legal actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Robbie. So with that, I think we come to the close of the panel discussion. I'd really like to thank all our speakers for the rich reflections. We heard clearly today the need to move towards implementation and real change rather than only symbolic measures. And and that making justice for women and girls requires a collective effort, from courtrooms and parliaments to youth movements to disability rights advocacy. So please join me in giving a round of applause to the panel for their excellent insights and contribution to the discussion. I would like to now hand the floor over to my colleague, Ms. Xiaxi Jia, who's the Gender and Adolescent Regional Advisor of UNICEF's East Asia and Pacific Regional Office, to facilitate the plenary discussion.
Thank you, Aparna, for your moderation. We will now begin the plenary discussions, which is set to last for the next 45 minutes. Thank you, panelists. I would like to remind all the participants that the outcome of this preparatory meeting will be a set of suggested actions on the area of areas for accelerated action in line with the priority theme for CSW70. The set of the suggested actions will be informed by the 3 thematic sessions, including the current session that's ongoing. In the plenary discussions, government representatives are invited to share their experiences and practice. This will be followed by perspectives from other stakeholders. We would like to hear from as many stakeholders as possible. Therefore, we would like to request all of you to please keep your interventions to no more than 2 minutes. In the guidance notes for participants that were circulated in advance of the meeting, we invited expression of interest for those who would like to take the floor. Those who have submitted expressions in advance will be given the floor first. For those joining online, you're also requested if you would like to request the floor, please do so using the chat box, listing the request to speak along with your full name and the country or organization. Just simply raising your hand in Zoom will not register your request to speak. And those who are joining in person, please raise the placard or your hand to request the floor. Please note that we will only accept 1 intervention per country under each agenda item, and that interventions will be invited from the government representatives first. So as we're limited on time, we may not be able to call on all participants. We'll try and accommodate everyone who has raised their hands or have expressed interest. But please remember that you may request the floor, as I've described above, and during the suggested actions discussion that is also going to take place afterwards in later today. So I would now like to open the floor to government representatives. I invite the representative from the Philippines Commission on Women to kindly take the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, esteemed resource speakers, beloved delegates, Your Excellencies. Non-discrimination is embedded in at least 3 provisions of our Constitution. Yes, discrimination is unconstitutional and unlawful in my country. We have at least 6 laws that explicitly penalize discrimination on the basis of sex, age, disability, employment, and status as solo parents. In addition, our Magna Carta of Women declares that, and I quote, "No one should suffer discrimination on the basis of ethnicity, gender, age, language, sexual orientation, race, color, religion, political or other opinion, national, social, or geographical origin, disability, property, birth, or other status." In addition, we respond to intersectional discrimination by positioning the SDG principle of leaving no one behind at the core of government decisions and actions. LNOB has been a recurring pronouncement of President Ferdinand Romales Marcos in major events. Equity is embedded in laws, policies, plans, and targets, and through our whole-of-government approach, removal of all forms of discrimination is mandatory and a shared accountability. Cross-sectoral mechanisms are in place, bringing together intersectional expertise. And our national and gender budgets have a thematic tagging system that tracks and accounts for expenses addressing vulnerability. Let me highlight our most important efforts in ending intersectional discrimination. First, our bill on the Comprehensive Anti-Discrimination Act is now for deliberation in the Senate. It aims to outlaw all forms of direct and indirect discrimination based on the parameters that I have already mentioned. Second, PCW Circular 2506 and 07 explicitly require agencies to show how intersectional and compounded vulnerabilities will be removed through the use of the GAD budget. Yes, our GAD budget policy explicitly targets the elimination of intersectional discrimination. Third, with insights provided by CEDAW decisions, our Supreme Court has been taking policy actions and decisions against intersecting discrimination in such areas as red tagging, offenses against persons with disability, sexual harassment, and surviving comfort women. We have a Filipino Sign Language law, which the Supreme Court ruled as mandatory for cases involving deaf-mute victims. And we have now an initial digital app that translates sign language into voice message. Finally, our main challenge is the institutionalization of collection and analysis of intersectional statistics for planning, programming, and budgeting. Excellencies, intersectional discrimination kills the potential and hope of marginalized people to achieve a full and satisfying life. This is an injustice experienced by 1.1 billion people across 109 to 112 countries in 2024, and 2025. As the Philippines chair ASEAN this year, we extend a warm collaborative hand to all of you to end all forms of discrimination to the point that intersection may no longer be possible. Our commitment to end discrimination is unbridled, and we will continue to push forward despite the push backward. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative from the Philippines. I would now like to give the floor to Representative from the Fiji High Commission in Malaysia. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Fiji's experience confirms that structural barriers and social norms are deeply intertwined and disproportionately affect women facing multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination. This includes women in rural and remote areas, older women, women with disabilities, and women from indigenous and minority communities who may experience limited access to services, information, and infrastructure, and heightened exposure to violence. Fiji tackles gender-based violence and inequality through a combination of progressive legislative reform. For example, the Personal Insolvency, Financial Rehabilitation, and Entrepreneurial Rescue Regulations 2025, national action plans, and collaborative initiatives targeting structural barriers and deeply embedded social norms. Key efforts include the Fiji National Action Plan to Prevent Violence Against All Women and Girls, 2023 to 2028, which adopts a whole of a population approach, and the Women's Economic Empowerment National Action Plan 2025 to 2030 to enhance financial independence and access to markets. In addressing structural barriers, legal reform has strengthened protection through the Family Law Act 2003, Crimes Act 2009, and Domestic Violence Act 2009, while increasing penalties for sexual and domestic violence. Access to justice is being improved via the UN-supported Fiji Access to Justice project, which reduces procedural, financial, and geographic barriers, particularly for rural women. Efforts are underway to strengthen justice system capacity, as evidenced in the government-endorsed Law and Justice Reform Roadmap. These reforms are targeted to reduce gender bias, including improving the use of medical evidence in sexual violence cases and procedural fairness in cases involving girls and women that is brought before the courts. In addressing social norms, the Gender Transformative Institutional Capacity Development Program supports the gender mainstreaming, gender responsive planning, and budgeting across government, ensuring accountability and implementation of policies. In incorporating intersectionality, government policies, funding, and programs specifically target women who face multiple vulnerabilities, including those in remote communities, older women, and women with disabilities. We also acknowledge civil society-led programs like Fiji Women's Rights Movement's Emerging Leaders Forum and Girls Grow, Inspire, Relate, Lead, Succeed initiative that empower young women and address intergenerational inequality. Despite these advances, Madam Moderator, Fiji recognizes that challenges remain, including impunity for perpetrators and the need for sustained long-term efforts to change societal attitudes. Fiji is committed to ensuring that justice, policy, and societal change leave no woman or girl behind. Vinakwa I thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam First Secretary. I would now like to turn to the representative from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Kingdom of Tonga.
Madam Moderator, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in Tonga, justice is not just a legal principle, it is a lifeline. For survivors and victims of family violence, especially women and children in remote islands, accessing that lifeline has too often been difficult, dangerous, and delayed. But today, Tonga is taking bold, concrete steps to make a difference. Through the enhancing the court implementation of the Family Protection Act 2013, this project launched just last year and supported by the Pacific Justice Sector Program and the Australian Family Free of Violence Initiative. The Ministry of Justice and the courts of Tonga are directly confronting the interplay of structural barriers, harmful social norms, and intersectional discrimination that have long silenced survivors. A woman on an outer island facing abuse may fear traveling to court, worry about being seen by her abuser, or not even know how to apply for protection. Social stigma, geographic isolation, and lack of resources create layers of disadvantage. This project responds with 4 transformative actions. 1, a toll-free national hotline will allow survivors to apply for urgent protection orders by phone with no travel and no public exposure. Secondly, public awareness campaigns will educate communities about their rights and demystifying the court process, challenging the silence that surrounds family violence. Thirdly, safe private waiting areas in courts are equipped with video conferencing will protect vulnerable witnesses from intimidation and re-traumatization. And lastly, a formal coordination framework between the police and courts will ensure protection orders are served quickly and enforced effectively. So there's a growing number of women in leadership at the justice sector in Tonga. A working group of judges and magistrates, which includes 1 female Supreme Court judge, a female chief magistrate, and 4 female magistrates, judges. So they take on an initiative that centers the lived realities of those most at risk. So it recognizes that justice is not just one size fits all, and that it must be accessible, safe, and responsive to where people live, who they are, and what they have endured. Further, in terms of access to justice for the aged population, a partnership with the Asian Development Bank, Tonga is piloting a multifaceted integrated aged care initiative to increase the well-being and quality of life for older people. That includes the building of aged care facilities, the development of strategies for preventing and responding to elder abuse, and delivery of education sessions on older people abuse for aged care center users, staff, caregivers, police, justice. And it also includes the development of referral pathways to access essential services and justice. The inclusion of a gender perspective is cross-cutting across this program. The court reforms in Tonga is a promise that justice will reach every island, every home, and every survivor with dignity, speed, and care. I thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you so much, Representative from Tonga. I would now like to turn online to the representative from the Ministry of Women's Empowerment and Child Protection, Republic of Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Distinguished panelists, excellencies, delegates, thank you for the insightful discussion. Indonesia recognizes that in many instances, women's access to justice remains hindered by structural barriers and discriminatory social norms. In response, we advance 4 interlinked principles that link justice and development. Women's and girls' access to, participation in, control over, and enjoyment of development benefit. As a state party of CEDAW, Indonesia integrates gender-sensitive access to justice into its national development agenda under the vision of Golden Indonesia 2045. Translating commitment into action, Indonesia has advanced victim-centered legal and institutional reform, including through the law on sexual violence, establishment of a dedicated police directorate for women and children, and continue expansion of national hotline for violence against women and girls, so-called SAPA 129. Indonesia has further strengthened a gender-responsive justice system by institutionalizing adjudication guidelines, expanding legal aid and victim protection, and reinforcing gender-responsive budgeting with stronger local implementation. This effort has contributed to the measurable progress, with Indonesia's Gender Development Index increasing by 0.58 points between 2021 and 2024. Indonesia, again, stands ready to deepen regional and global cooperation to ensure justice system deliver protection, remedy, and dignity for all women and girls. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now like to turn to the representative from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Madam, the floor is yours.
In the name of God, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to have this opportunity to speak at this conference dedicated to justice, a central pillar of sustainable development. Justice, particularly as experienced by women, is not a concept that can be fully or accurately measured and understood solely through universal quantitative metrics. It must be defined within the concept of social, familial, historical, geographical, and economic relationships, and in their interplay, whether conflicting or aligned with institutions and traditions. Without this perspective, our understanding of justice inevitably leads to reductionism and neglect the agency and lived experience of women. Iranian women today, with dynamic agency, have redefined their role in shaping society and the path toward justice. We are witnessing their significant and conscious presence in public sphere, impactful activities in governmental and non-governmental organizations, widespread attainment of higher education, critical discourse in universities and media, and diverse participation in the labor market. I just give some examples. Reducing the gender gap in education to less than 3%. Growing participation of women in entrepreneurship, small and medium-sized enterprises. Owning over 12,000 companies in diverse fields such as architecture, agricultural, industry, pharmacology, and other fields. Establishing more than 250 knowledge-based companies and serving more than 700 women as a CEO. The presence of more than 4,000 women entrepreneurships in the country, managing about 20% of entrepreneurship centers, which is the step in the right direction. Women's role in health, education, social services, culture, and civil society have been decisive in enhancing social capital and improving the quality of life. Iranian women comprise 60% of teachers, 40% of specialist physicians, and 30% of subspecialist physicians, and half of the community of researchers and social activists. From this perspective, they play a key role in empowering future generations and strengthening social cohesion. Based on the experience of women in Iran, which were supported by the government to operationalize justice, focusing on several key areas is crucial. First, evidence-based structural reforms to reduce gender gap in employment, wages, and career advancement. Second, investing in changing attitude and social norms through education, media, and promoting positive model of women's leadership. Third, designing policies sensitive to the intersectionality of discrimination, recognizing the diversity of women's experience. Fourth, strengthening the meaningful participation of women at various levels of policymaking and decision-making. And finally, expanding regional and international cooperation to exchange experiences and best practices within the framework of the SDGs. In conclusion, Iranian women, despite challenges, have demonstrated high capacity in innovation, resilience, and advancing the country's development. It is the duty of all of us as representatives of governments to pave the way for the full flourishing of this potential through equitable policymaking, accountable structures, and transforming social attitudes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Representative from Iran. I would now like to give the floor to Representative from Solomon Islands as the chair of the Pacific Island Forum.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and speaking on behalf of the Pacific Island Forum. The Pacific is committed to embedding gender equality and social inclusion across all sectors, strengthening access to justice for women and girls in all their diversity. As the Pacific continues to face accelerating climate impacts and disasters, gender-responsive, contextualized, and socially inclusive approaches are essential, particularly for women in rural, remote, and maritime areas whose access to services is already limited and further disrupted during crisis. Access to justice must also account for climate-related impacts, including loss and damage, increased violence linked to climate stress, unequal access to climate finance, recognizing that climate justice is integral to gender justice. The 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent reinforces this by committing to human rights, equity, gender equality, social inclusion, and gender-responsive approaches to climate resilience. Initiatives such as the Pacific Resilience Facility help ensure equitable access to climate finance, especially for vulnerable and marginalized groups, including women, children, persons with disabilities, and youth.
The revitalized Pacific Leaders Gender Equality Declaration and the Pacific Platform for Action reaffirm that advancing gender equality in the Blue Pacific continent requires creating a conducive environment for the economic empowerment of women and girls in all their diversity, including those in the informal and unpaid care economy, women and girls with disabilities, and those living in rural, remote, and maritime settings. Strengthening access to justice is integral to this effort, requiring action to confront structural discrimination and ensure services that are culturally grounded, contextualized, survivor-centered, and genuinely accessible to those who face the greatest barriers. These Pacific regional gender equality frameworks emphasize the critical role of women and girls in all their diversity in peace building, resilience, and creating safe communities, and affirm the importance of secure environments for women, girls, and children. Women's leadership in peace building, mediation, and conflict prevention is increasingly embedded in Pacific regional peace and security processes through integrated women, peace and security, and gender equality and social inclusion approaches. The Pacific Gender Equality Monitoring and Evaluation Research and Learning Plan supports tracking changes in laws, policies, and systems to address the structural and multidimensional barriers that limit women's and girls' access to justice, particularly in rural, remote, and maritime settings. In closing, I would like to affirm that we are here to listen, learn, and importantly, amplify our voices through the provision of a platform to share the work we continue to do in our Blue Pacific continent and explore opportunities to work together for a gender, equal, equitable, and inclusive Asia Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam. I would now like to invite the representative from the Ministry of Women and Children's Affairs from Bangladesh joining us online.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the panelists for their insightful discussions. Bangladesh reaffirms its commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment, guided by our Constitution and obligations under CEDAW, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, and the SDGs. We are implementing the national action plans to prevent violence against women and children and to end child marriage. To advance the Beijing Plus Action Agenda, 4 national pledges were announced by the Chief Advisor at UNGA 80 in September 2025. First, enacting a law to prevent sexual harassment. Second, recognizing unpaid care and domestic work. Third, increasing women's participation in political and public life. And fourth, strengthening gender-responsive budgeting. You may be pleased to note that we have recently fulfilled the first pledge by getting the approval of the Prevention of Sexual Harassment at the Workplace and Educational Institutions Ordinance. Alongside reforms, the Ministry of Women and Children Affairs and partners are running nationwide awareness program to promote zero tolerance for violence and strengthen community prevention. Service delivery mechanisms are being strengthened through initiatives such one-stop crisis centers and the quick response team projects implemented by Ministry of Women and Children Affairs, which provides immediate support to women and children survivors of violence from national to union level. Bangladesh is strengthening institutions, expanding legal aid, enhancing coordination and training, advancing digital services, and partnering with civil society to improve transparency and accountability. We remain committed to transforming institutions and challenging discriminatory norms so every woman and girl, especially those facing intersecting exclusion, can access justice with dignity and trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Representative from Bangladesh. I would now like to give the floor to Representative from Thailand Institute of Justice. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Thailand and Thailand Institute of Justice recognize that the right of women to access justice is essential to the realizations of all rights protected under the CEDAW. While women are often related to the criminal justice system as victims of crime, recent trends indicated that a growing number of women are featured as suspects, accused, and prisoner. And in this regard, Thailand would like to urge the meeting to consider the following point. First, we must acknowledge the significant gaps in women's access to justice remained, particularly for women who face criminalizations and detention. Across Asia and the Pacific, criminal justice systems continue to rely heavily on prison sentence. Many women are imprisoned not for serious or violent crime, but for minor offenses driven by poverty, gender discriminations, and deep-rooted structural inequality. Legal systems continue to punish survival, such as petty theft, begging, small drug dealings, and informal work, rather than address the conditions that force women into this situation. These punitive and carceral approaches have disproportionately impacted certain groups of women, indigenous women, ethnic minority, LGBTQ individuals, foreign national, older women, and women with mental health conditions continue to overrepresented and face intersectional vulnerabilities in prison setting. Therefore, we need to address this discriminatory criminal law, reduce the unnecessary use of imprisonment of women, and also expand alternative and community-based solutions that would work better for women. Second, we must make full use of existing international guidelines and standards and norms. The United Nations rules for the treatment of women's prisoners and non-custodial measures for women's offenders, also called the Bangkok Rules, are the first international framework to address specific needs of women in detention. They provide practical and gender-responsive guidance for implementing CEDAW obligations across the justice continuum, from legal perspective and the court proceeding to detentions and post-release setting. So especially aligning the CEDAW and the Bangkok rules within the criminal justice reform strategy is both practical and strategic, which can strengthen the accountabilities and improve women's access to justice. Third, we need a more inclusive investment. Despite available funding within the border of women's rights framework, women affected by the incarcerations remain critically underfunded. This neglect both reflects and reinforces stigma around women offending status. They also weaken the institution's ability to collect data, monitor detention conditions, and support women during incarcerations and after release. As a result, legal aid and access to justice remain limited, and justice system cannot function effectively. Targeted investment is therefore a critical component of effective and inclusive criminal justice reform. And in this regard, Thailand, in partnership with UNODC, has launched the Bangkok Rule Accelerator Program as a dedicated initiative to improve the situations of women deprived of liberty worldwide. In closing, Thailand reiterates our unwavering commitment to continue to support gender equality's agenda and to improve access to justice of all women and girls. I thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you so much, Representative from Thailand. We have some time, so I would like to open the floor for government representatives who would like to take the floor. Do we have any requests online as well? Okay, Representative from Timor-Leste, the floor is yours. I would just like to remind you, you have 2 minutes.
Grasa, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Excellencies and distinguished delegates. I speak on behalf of the Secretariat of State for Equality Timor-Leste. Following together raising awareness on digital literacy and online safety for women and girls and diversity. During the 16 days of activism campaign, Timor-Leste implemented coordinated actions with partners to strengthen access to justice and accountability for violence against women and girls. This is a shared responsibility for all actors, including male partners, until the 2025 campaign has a complete effort to ensure justice for women and girls must continue. And for the response to the interplay as the session 3, the Secretariat of State for Equality Timor-Leste follows action plan on GBV 2022-2032, still ongoing review of the laws against domestic violence to strengthen women and girls. With the government of Timor-Leste recognize that women continue to face structural barriers in accessing justice, particularly due to weak implementation of laws, limited institutional capacity, and unequal access to service in rural areas. These challenges are compounded by deeply rooted particular social norms that restrict women's participation and discourage survivors of violence for seeking justice. So we reaffirm for our commitment, see the role to and call for strengthened institutions, community-based norm transformations, and more equitable international partnerships to ensure justice for women and girls in Timor-Leste and Asia and Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam. I would now like to give the floor to the representative from Pakistan.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Excellencies and distinguished delegates. Pakistan has taken a number of legal and policy actions aimed at to reduce gender discrimination provision and promotion of women empowerment while implementing and the cultural barrier persist in our country. These milestones reflect significant reform efforts. Pakistan's legal framework has expanded protections and eliminated many discriminatory practices. A range of laws have been enacted to address harmful practices and protect women's rights. For example, Prevention of Anti-Women Practices Act 2011 criminalizes forced marriages, deprived women of inheritances, marriage to settle disputes, and other discriminatory customs and practices. Protection Against Harassment of Women at Workplace Act 2010 defines and prohibits sexual harassment at workplaces. Acid Control and Acid Crime Prevention Act 2011 strengthens and penalize and promoting the and protection of the women from acid throwing and the acid attacks. The Criminal Law Amendment Acts have criminalizes the sexual offenses and provide related protection of women in various parts of the country, in 4 provinces and in Islamabad Capital Territory. Recently, National Assembly has also enacted the law for protection of women from domestic violence. Pakistan passed the ICT, Islamabad Capital Territory and Balochistan Child Marriage Restraint Act, setting the minimum age of marriage at 18 for both boys and girls. Before this law enactment, there was discrimination in the age of marriage of boys and girls, but now at Islamabad Capital Territory and Balochistan and Sindh also, we have 3 provinces or region where the discrimination of this age of marriage of the boys and girls has been eliminated through the enactment. The Transgender Protection Act 2018 legally recognizes transgender persons and protect their rights, making inclusion of gender diversified groups. When we see the institutional and policy measures, NCSW, established in 2000, is a statutory body dedicated to gender equality, women's empowerment, and elimination of discrimination. It plays a key role in devising and reviewing the laws and the policies in perspective of the gender perspective. Pakistan nowadays is formulating 3 national level policies. For example, number 1 is we are formulating and we have finalized the draft policies for protection of the women regarding the technical facilitated gender-based violence. And the second is the national policy on ending violence and women. And third one is the national policy on men engagement for protection of GBV. Despite legal advances and the policy advances in Pakistan, enforcement gaps and social resistance remains major hurdles to fully redressal discrimination practices and barriers. Deep-rooted social norms, including patriarchal structure in rural and tribal areas, obstruct implementation. Madam Moderator, in conclusion, addressing discriminatory laws, policies, and practices essential to achieving gender equality in this region. While many countries have enacted reforms, continued efforts are needed to ensure effective enforcement and accountability, address deeply embedded social norms through education and awareness and sensitization on the part of the duty bearer and the general public, and expanded protection equal rights in economic, political, and private sphere of the life of the women. And last one is the strengthen institutional mechanism for sustained gender mainstreaming. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I would now like to give the floor to the representative from Papua New Guinea.
Madam Moderator, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Papua New Guinea acknowledges that making justice work for all, women and girls require confronting the interplay between structural barriers, discriminatory social norms, and intersecting forms of inequality, particularly in fragile, rural, and conflict-affected settings. In Papua New Guinea, women and girls face multi-layers of exclusion, geographical isolation, poverty, limited access to legal services, and weak enforcement of laws intersect with harmful gender norms, customary practices, and power imbalances. These challenges are intensified for women with disability, young women, survivors of gender-based violence, women in informal settlements, and women in autonomous and remote regions. Despite progressive laws, including legislations on family protection and sexual violence, access to justice remains uneven. Many women do not report violence due to fear, stigma, economic dependency, and lack of trust in formal systems. Customary disputes resolution mechanisms, which culturally significant, can at times reinforce unequal outcomes for women and girls. In response, Papua New Guinea is advancing a whole of government and whole of society approach. We are strengthening survivor-centered justice pathway through integrated service delivery, linking police, court, health, and social services, community-based paralegals, village courts, and safe referral mechanisms are being supported to bridge formal and informal justice systems. We are also investing in norms change, engaging men and boys, faith leaders, community leaders to challenge violence supportive attitudes and promote accountability. Women leadership at the community and decision-making levels is critical to this transformation. Papua New Guinea reaffirms its commitment to implementing CEDAW, the Beijing Platform for Action, and our Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Policy 2025 to 2035, ensuring that justice reforms are gender responsive, inclusive, and accessible. We call on partners to support context-specific, intersectional approaches that place women and girls at the center of justice systems, so that justice is not only written in laws, but lived in reality. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you so much, Madam. Do we have any other interventions from the floor from government representatives? If not, then I would now open the floor for intergovernmental bodies and UN entities. I would like to give the floor to the representative from FAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am pleased to deliver this intervention on behalf of FAO. Inclusive and enabling policy and legal frameworks are essential to achieving gender equality and women's empowerment in agri-food systems. Addressing structural and informal constraints, particularly discriminatory social norms, is critical to ensuring equal opportunities for women and men. Globally, 36% of working women are employed in agri-food systems. In South Asia, this rises to 71% of women workers, compared with 47% of men. Yet, gender inequality persists as policies and institutions continue to limit rural women's access to resources, services, and economic opportunities. FAO's work shows that social norms, practices, and institutional biases remain major barriers to women's meaningful participation in agri-food systems. Overcoming these barriers requires engaging men, boys, and community leaders alongside women and girls. Transformative change is needed across policy areas, including fiscal measures, investment, research and innovation policies, and social sector policies. Gender transformative approaches have proven to be effective and cost-efficient, delivering high returns by shifting discriminatory norms and strengthening women's agency. However, greater efforts are needed to identify clear pathways for scaling up these approaches. In this regard, FAO is committed to supporting the implementation of the voluntary guidelines on gender equality and women's and girls' empowerment in the context of food security and nutrition. Developed by the Committee on World Food Security, these guidelines address systemic barriers faced by women and girls and provide a comprehensive framework for more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable food systems. Finally, 2026 marks the International Year of the Women Farmer, a critical opportunity to recognize women farmers' contributions and address the challenges they face. FAO encourages all partners to join us in advancing actions that close the gender gap across agri-food systems. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Representative from FAO. Any other interventions from other UN entities? No. I would now like to invite representatives from our civil society partners to take the floor. I would invite the joint CSO statement delivered by the Women's Public Foundation. Do we have? Maybe we'll come back to that statement later. I would now like to invite representative from She Matters to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and CSOs. I, Hurdeen, speak from Pakistan, drawing on grassroots and lived experiences with young women and girls from religious minority communities, for whom access to justice is systematically constrained at the intersection of gender, class, religion, and caste. Violations such as abduction, human trafficking, forced faith conversions, and forced prostitution persist not due to lack of laws, but because of structural failures, legal loopholes around age and consent, weak enforcement, and justice institutions operating under the influence of extremist authority, political patronage, and social power hierarchies. In these contexts, statistics do not capture reality, as cases go unreported or are withdrawn under coercion, and survivors are discredited. This is not absence of justice, but deliberate selective application. From local realities in Asia Pacific, where religious status determines whether girls are believed or protected by the justice system, I urge CSW a recommendation to develop explicit standalone guidance on access to justice for women and girls facing intersecting discrimination on the basis of gender, caste, and religion. This guidance should address forced faith conversions, abduction, and forced prostitution as justice failures and not cultural issues, and call for mandatory legal safeguards on age and consent, protection against retaliation, and independent oversight. Without this explicit normative direction, CSW's commitment to intersectionality remains incomplete and fails the most at risk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would now like to invite the representative from Arrow. Madam, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Madam Moderator, thank you so much for the opportunity. On the topic of access to justice, it is critical for us to remember that in the era of exacerbated inequalities and deepening poverty, a justice lens is necessary in order to interrogate the achievements of gender equality at country and community level. Human rights standards have been devolved to country levels in order to ensure fairness, equality, and justice amongst different groups in society. However, we are not all equal human beings when we are interacting with the systems and institutions that are meant to recognize and fulfill our rights. Nowhere is this more clear than in the injustices women, girls, and marginalized communities face with regards bodily autonomy and bodily integrity. In a number of cases, the laws are used specifically to hamper women's autonomy and decision-making. Spousal consent, parental consent, guardian consent limit young women and adolescent girls' abilities to access comprehensive sexuality education, contraception, including emergency contraception and prophylaxis, even in case of sexual assault and rape. Even adult married women with lower education, poor backgrounds face the need to secure spousal consent for some methods of contraception, including permanent methods and safe abortion services. Recent changes in laws with regards to early age marriage and adolescent sexuality have posed challenges to adolescent access to sexual and reproductive health. Law and policy changes, such as raising the age of consent to be aligned to the minimum age of marriage, which manacles sexuality within the marital heteronormative framework, mandatory reporting of sexual activity of adolescents, resorting to court adjudication on love, romance, marriage, have increased parental and family control over adolescent sexuality and acted to strengthen regressive social norms. Criminalization, stigmatization, and often pathologization of sexuality and gender identity, which actually flow from inherited colonial laws, see young people, adolescents, LGBT persons, drug users, and sex workers not being able to access the sexual and reproductive health services they need. These biases within the system cause inequity between groups of women within our society. For example, women and girls with disabilities are largely missing from access to SRH information and services. And when they are being present, this is largely controlled by parents and guardians rather than centering the agency and autonomy of these women and girls. Women and girls with disabilities also face constraints in being able to form relationships, embark on sexual relationships, get married, and have children. This is because they are not recognized as the holder of rights. Another group is older women who are completely missing from policies and programs on sexual and reproductive health simply because data is only collected on women of reproductive age 15 to 49, which then brings about the huge data gap and policy gap on issues such as menopause in our countries. Older women also face considerable economic insecurity issues and violence even at the hand of their family members. Justice needs to be for all of us if it is going to be meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam. I would now like to go back to the joint CSO statement, representative from Women Public Foundation. The floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Across Asia and the Pacific, women and girls in their diversity navigating justice systems deeply shaped by patriarchy, colonial legal legacies, neoliberal economic policies, militarization, and shrinking democratic space. These force carve justice pathways that are inaccessible, unsafe, unaffordable, discriminatory, and often harmful. Laws exist, but where do we find the political will, resources, and accountability in implementing them? Legal aid is underfunded or unavailable. Courts are geographically distant and inaccessible. Information is limited. Women with disabilities are unable to access courtrooms and procedures. LGBTIQ people face criminalization instead of protection. Indigenous women are forced to navigate systems conducted in languages they don't speak. Migrant and refugee workers risk detention when they report abuse. Adolescent girls face additional barriers and restrict their ability to report violence or seek protection. Independently, they increasingly experience technology-facilitated violence. Women face severe systematic barriers in seeking justice, especially for rural, remote areas, aging women, and marginalized communities. women with intersecting identities face compounded discrimination. When women shoulder hours of unpaid care work, when they dominate in informal sector without labor protections and remain economically dependent in violent environments, when public funds are diverted for military spending and austerity, this is systematic injustice. Gender-based violence is still our region's most protracted and serious justice failures. Harmful practices, including child, early and forced marriages, continue to deny girls and rights before adulthood. In response, civil society calls for clear and coordinated actions. First, justice systems must be accessible to all women in their diversities. Second, legal and procedural barriers that restrict access to justice must be reviewed and aligned with international human rights standards. Third, governments must invest in prevention and in transforming harmful social norms through education and community-based approaches, recognizing civil society organizations recognized as essential partners. Justice must become a lived reality for all women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I turn to the next speaker, I do want to remind everyone to please keep your remarks to 2 minutes. We still have a few people who need to be invited. So I would now like to invite the representative from Feminist Munch and the Young Feminist Caucus joining us via Zoom. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We really appreciate the dialogue so far, which is grounded in a shared understanding that justice must extend beyond legal redress to how social, political, and economic systems shape access to justice. Regional mobilization becomes really urgent within this context because global outcomes, which are often shaped through global north institutions, priorities, and funding logistics, which are also deeply entangled with militarization, extractive economies, and authoritarian governance in our region, when they are applied as universal solutions, but then they rarely name or account for these realities. When the state itself is a perpetrator of violence, any meaningful reform must prioritize strengthening civil society's ability to hold it accountable in binding ways and free from reprisals. This remains one of the most significant barriers to access to justice in our region, where cross-border solidarity is essential to dismantle both state and corporate impunity. Standardized targets, indicators, and policy frameworks often assume uniform access to justice, resources, and protection. In our region, structural inequalities, like many of the panelists mentioned, shaped by caste, class, religion, ethnicity, indigeneity, gender, sexuality, geography, poverty, are intensified under right-wing, neoliberal, and militarized political economies. When these realities are not accounted for, global frameworks risk reproducing structural injustices rather than addressing it. Finally, for us, regional and cross-border mobilization is about building feminist counterpower to challenge the state violence and corporate immunity and to rebalance power towards communities and movements in our region. This requires that the leadership of the most marginalized in shaping justice and development agendas is fully protected, resourced, and politically supported. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I would now like to invite the representative from Manila Observatory to take the floor.
Hi, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and colleagues, and fellow advocates, good day. Today, I am talking about the specific group of women, women environmental human rights defenders, or what we call women EHRDs. In our engagements, we were able to convene and listen directly to women who defend land, water, forests, and ecosystems, often while facing significant personal and political risks. These consultations made one reality clear. Women EHRDs are not only responding to climate crisis, they are also confronting multiple overlapping forms of violence and exclusion. Women in EHRDs share that they are under attack, driven by political repression, economic precarity, gender-based violence, and persistent exclusion from decision making. Many described being exposed to harassment, intimidation, surveillance, disinformation, and criminalization, simply for asserting their rights, protecting ecosystems, and defending communities from harm. This is why WEHRDs are calling for protection mechanisms that are stronger, more effective, and genuinely enforced. Protection cannot remain a policy commitment on paper. It must be accessible in practice, especially in rural and high risk contexts where women defenders often have the least support. At the same time, women EHRDs emphasized that protection will remain inadequate if laws, policies such as anti-terrorism law, and institutions like National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict that continue to enable the criminalization of activism, the targeting of communities, and the rise of technology facilitated gender-based violence. These mean there are legal frameworks that must be reviewed or repealed, and institutions that must be reformed or disbanded when they perpetuate harm rather than prevent it. Finally, women EHRDs called for access to justice and rapid response mechanisms. Because when threats occur, women defenders need support that is timely, coordinated, and survivor centered. This includes access to emergency legal assistance, immediate protection measures, psychosocial support, and clear reporting and efficient referral protection or referral pathways that do not re traumatize survivors or expose them to further risk. Justice must mean penalizing perpetrators and making sure these violence doesn't happen again. To end, Excellencies and colleagues, protecting WHRDs is not only about protecting individuals, it is about safeguarding communities, ecosystems, and credibility of climate action itself. Women HRDs continue to emphasize that states must urgently solve the socioeconomic root causes of disempowerment. The main reason that women continue to suffer from the deep underlying social and gender inequities that push women and other vulnerable sectors into even greater risk and vulnerabilities, especially in the face of climate crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. I would now like to invite the representative from Transforming Communities for Inclusion joining us online.
Good morning, everyone. I am Fiza Mustafa. I represent Transforming Communities for Inclusion, a global OPD of persons with psychosocial disabilities, and I speak here as a woman with psychosocial disabilities. How can we fight injustice when women with psychosocial disabilities are still denied recognition before the law, leaving justice systems structurally and intersectionally inaccessible to them? Despite 20 years since the CRPD, women and girls with psychosocial disability continue to be deprived of their legal capacity by laws, regulations, and practices, rendering them legally non existent. This marginalization has led us to systematic denial of rights, including legal capacity, access to justice, political participation, family and property rights, and has legitimized guardianship and institutionalization. Discriminatory legal identities such as insane and unsound mind continue to propagate stereotypes. Women with psychosocial disabilities are highly affected and are often detained under the name of care. We are deprived of our autonomy, bodily integrity, and meaningful access to justice due to pervasive fear and societal exclusion. Making justice work requires dismantling not only legal barriers, but also the social norms and systems that replace support with control. This includes ensuring that women with psychosocial disabilities are included in justice spaces, justice systems, and decision making processes. We call on all stakeholders to take urgent and coordinated action to make justice work for women with psychosocial disabilities, as highlighted in the UNCRPD and UN guidelines on desucialization. Justice systems must be accessible in practice, including through stigma free procedures, supported decision making, safe reporting mechanisms, and meaningful access to remedies. In TCI, we have always believed in the power of a movement, and hence we plan to keep fostering strong collaborations with all kinds of stakeholders during our work in the Asian Pacific to advance justice and inclusion for all on an equal basis with others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I would now like to invite representative from the Pakistan Women Lawyers Council to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Excellencies, Chairperson, distinguished delegates, on behalf of Women Lawyers Council Pakistan, we agree and acknowledge that hard truth that substantive law grant rights, but procedural law determines who gets to exercise them. For too long, our judicial system have operated under the myth of gender neutrality. In reality, these systems often function as gatekeepers that exclude women through rigid evidentiary standards, prohibitive costs, and patriarchal court environments. We do not just need better laws, we need a complete overhaul of the procedural architecture of justice. We must move toward gender-responsive procedural law. This means mandating trauma-informed court processes, digitizing filings to bypass physical safety risk, and ensuring that rules of standing account for the system barriers women face. Justice delayed by procedure is justice denied by design. We call on this commission to move beyond the simple repeal of discriminatory statutes and toward the active construction of a gender-responsive procedural framework. We must make the laws work for those it has ignored historically, not just in word, but in every motion, hearing, and degree. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I would now like to request a representative from Diverse Voices and Action for Equality to please take the floor.
Thank you very much. In the context of making justice work by responding to the interplay of structural barriers of social norms and intersectional discrimination, we speak today as a broad coalition of civil society groups across 22 island states and territories of over 350 groups, including Diva for Equality, Women Defend the Commons Network, Pacific Islands Feminist Alliance for Climate Justice, and Pacific Feminists Defending the Living Planet, and the Women's Rights Caucus of CSW. Apologies. The climate emergency is upon us and a planetary crisis. 7 of the 9 planetary boundaries are now crossed. We are in danger. There are structural issues that make the response extremely difficult. Climate finance is not received as promised from those who have done the most damage, and yet we persist. Pacific governments, as today in the intervention from the chair of the Pacific Islands Forum leaders, clearly affirm that the climate emergency is the most important development, security, and justice issue for the region and for the world. They have agreed that women and girls in all their diversity and throughout their life cycle are at the forefront of both the issue and the response. Climate emergency and ecocidal conditions, environmental degradation, and disaster-related risk increase all forms of gender-based violence, discrimination and stigma, poverty levels, and a lack of access to sexual and reproductive health and rights. It increases displacement of women and girls in our communities, and it exacerbates human rights violations, including for women from indigenous unceded territories and the remaining colonies and disputed territories. Also, the most marginalized women with disabilities, Pacific Islander women and people of diverse Sojisek, sex workers, women from urban, poor, rural, and maritime areas, and in precarious work, such as car washers and domestic workers, and women farmers and artisanal fisherwomen. And disproportionately, it affects all women and girls across Asia and the Pacific. The ILO Global 2018 report affirms that women in Asia and the Pacific do 80% of the unpaid care work in our societies. So this focus this year on women's rights and access to justice is not about charity. It is about development justice and about access to our justice. Without explicit links to access to justice, climate loss and damage impacts remain unaddressed and the remedies remain inaccessible. Integrating access to justice in climate frameworks is essential. We need it for recognition, protection, accountability, and effective implementation of gender-responsive climate action. So we want to ensure that this language is clear, explicit, and strong in the CSW70 agreed conclusions. It's not in there yet. We know that the Pacific and others will be in there fighting for that language. The Women's Rights Caucus has specific recommendations on inclusion of climate and ecological issues, disaster risk reduction, and biodiversity protection. We can provide the text recommendations for both preamble and operational paragraphs to the Secretariat, and we have it here with us if you would like to provide us with your card today. Thank you, and we look forward to a really strong set of outcomes at CSW70 on climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam. I do want to acknowledge that we have 3 more representatives who have asked to take the floor, but we are running short of time. So in interest of time, I would like to invite those representatives, but we would reduce your intervention to 1 minute, please. With that, I would now like to invite the representative from International Community of Women Living with HIV in Asia Pacific.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Sita Sai. I represent the community of women living with HIV in Asia Pacific region. Women living with HIV face far higher amount of right of violation, including violence, than over other women who are not living with HIV. They face mistreatment, discrimination, and denial of SRHR services. Many women experiencing personal and structural violence, such as physical abuse, forced and denied reproductive choices, as well as criminalization and even forced sterilization. These realities are a driver of the epidemic. These women also face high barriers to protecting their rights and accessing justice when their rights are violated due to stigma and discrimination. Many women are not able to understand existing laws or available protection, or the language of the laws may not be available in their own language. If their rights are violated, there are no enabling easily accessible and supportive system to file the complaints. Women who escaping violence may face stigma and discrimination at shelter home and even hospital because of their HIV status, which makes seeking any kind of help challenging and rare. They are often afraid to seek services or legal remedies due to fear of exposure and further violence.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Lastly, as a result, right exists on the paper, but not in the realities. And I really emphasize that women living with HIV should be in the priorities of the
Thank you.
This conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to turn to our speaker from away from keyboard joining us online. Please remember you have only 1 minute for your interventions. Thank you.
Thank you. I speak as a regional civil society advocate working at the intersection of emerging technologies, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, and child safeguarding across Asia Pacific. As we approach CSW70 in the Beijing Plus 30, we must recognize that digital transformation is now a structural determinant of women's access to justice. Technology is not only scaling harm, it is changing its form and speed. Across our region, generative AI, voice cloning, and deepfakes are enabling AI-generated abuse that creates synthetic harm at scale. Highly believable, difficult to trace, and often without clear pathways to remedy. For women, this includes AI-generated sexualized imagery, reputational destruction, and silencing. For children, it includes accelerated grooming, AI-generated child sexual abuse material, where harm is immediate, permanent, and irreversible. These are not separate issues. Scams, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, and AI-enabled child exploitation form a single exploitative ecosystem, moving faster than our justice systems can respond. Digital literacy alone is no longer sufficient. A repair after harm model fails women and children. I urge all ESCAP member states to treat AI governance, digital safety, and prevention first, safety by design approaches at core justice issues. Technology should expand opportunity, not amplify inequality, and not automate exploitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now like to invite our last representative from the Women in Media Collective and Asia Pacific Women's Watch to take the floor.
Thank you, moderator. Since 2019, Sri Lanka has been affected by a multitude of disasters, including the Easter bomb attack 2019, the COVID pandemic in 2020. The onset of an economic crisis in 2022 has crippled our economy. The most recent was the Cyclone Ditwa in November 2025. Cyclone Ditwa inflicted catastrophic damage on Sri Lanka, claiming over 600 lives and displacing more than 200,000 people. Nearly 10% of the population, approximately 2.3 million people, was affected by the disaster. Direct damages across the residential infrastructure and agricultural sectors are estimated at 4.1 billion US dollars, representing roughly 4% of the nation's 2024 GDP. Despite the caring for the planet and caring for the people are closely linked, women in Sri Lanka play pivotal yet unrecognized roles in food systems, poverty reduction, climate resilience, while performing diverse unpaid care work. Despite their critical contributions, women are disproportionately affected by climate change, particularly due to their heavy reliance on agriculture, where changing weather patterns like droughts and floods significantly impact their livelihoods. While many people are small-scale farmers, their labor burdens are intensified due to climate variability, while also shouldering the burden of managing household care responsibilities, with 76.2% of care work on a global scale performed by women, especially women belonging to groups at risk of social, economic, and environmental vulnerability. The challenges women face in this context are multidimensional and include the triple burden of unpaid care work of household members, including childcare duties, agricultural responsibilities, and the challenge of finding additional income and for household welfare. We reiterate, ensure unpaid care work is acknowledged and redistributed within climate action and policy frameworks, valuing the essential roles women play in sustaining both the environment and their communities, empower women to actively participate in decision making at local, national levels by drawing on their knowledge as well as equipping them with the necessary new knowledge and skills, ensuring their involvement in climate change mitigation and adaptation efforts for just transition, strengthen community-led climate resilience by advocating for increased resource allocation and providing technical support in sustainable agriculture, disaster preparedness, and climate adaptation strategies, ensuring long-term sustainability and the ability to address climate challenges effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, I would also like to thank all the representatives, government representatives, UN entities, and civil society partners for your valuable contributions, very honest reflections, and concrete actions. A summary of the suggested actions from each of the 3 substantive sessions will be presented by the session co-leads from the UN system during the 4th session on the review of suggested action, which will take place today at 1 p.m. During this session, comments on the draft suggested actions will be welcomed. Thank you very much. And if you would like to take the floor, you could also do so during that session. So once again, thank you to all the representatives. And over to you, MC.
Thank you, Jaji, for your moderation and all of the panelists and participants for your valuable inputs. We'll now take a lunch break before returning to our last session at 13:15, 1:15 p.m. As before, the Zoom meeting room will remain open for the duration of the lunch break. Thank you.
Thank you for your placement. Thank you. I'm going to take this. Yes. It's very beautiful on camera. Right. And very cute. But I need to be around one. Stop 45. Very cute. And I just you work so hard. You know, like preparation. Yeah. That's the great plan. Yeah, you just be coffee and also like there's sometimes actually do it, gets it done. No, but I mean, you already represent, yeah, it's all somebody. Someone. Okay. Thank you, but I'm getting your mix. Sorry. Get it done. Okay. Really nice. Thanks, Gita. Yeah, they just provide as such. You're probably right. Okay, Lucy. All right. Oh my gosh, my glasses. Yeah, so we don't want to grab this. One, two, you want to back it or not? Not to make sure on the back. No, I agree. And then I think we should do that. Exactly. The chair that you yeah, so I know we didn't make up. No, I'm just saying, when you're saying you're going to automatically you're including. I was going to say, yeah, right. I feel like, yeah. And also, yeah. Let someone come to so it's a bit of a yeah, either women and girls or it's just the two yeah, how the request it's not you know what you want to reference to that yeah it sounds good that's why I did it this morning yeah that's what I know make the center so we're already there so until we say yeah no they're not no they're all ages no but they're not women they're still girls they say through the life course of one age, but they don't decide how to say adolescent, young, so it's a question of no, I don't think it's yes. And then we can these are female the census right now is ensuring the meaningful participation of that's in here. And this was whatever you explain. Yes. But women are so yeah, I understand and now she's an exercise. Yes. It emphasizes and the women of all ages, whether it's 70, 80, all the way to what I'm saying is let's then release the person out of every young. Yeah, that's for sure. That's definitely redundant. Let's do no, that's a tool. That's too redundant. We support this kind of document. We have to be concise. We know for all ages the council yeah. I thought you were saying that's a problem. Yeah. Elderly and the young and older, they are all covered by range of all medications. That's for sure. That's for sure. It's okay? Yeah. But we keep adolescents there. So that's, they are children. Yeah, okay, that's clear. So deletion. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's all.
So this was
yeah, this is the way.
Are we assuming that when I talk about access to we have
No, I don't.
There's not my question.
Yes, I mean, everybody, it could be you and me, it could be my neighbors, everybody.
So you have additional
yeah.
You need to have that.
No, what probably that is ensure people that access justice for women abroad.
So it says any experimenting. So that's what you want there. I mean, it does, yeah, it asks about accessing minority money as difficult.
I don't know if you kind of remember it.
Not only that, it's not unique to minority marketplace.
It's fine for that's something for you and everybody.
So the question is,
yeah, I don't think that we should. Yeah, that's the idea. I'm not sure. Sorry. Sorry, I'm not very fast, so sorry. I'm coming. I'm still in the discussion. Yeah. Oh, they are. Oh, okay.
So that's what I'm thinking. If you want to see, you want to write and then it's not only going to strong as it's like a social support. I'm trying to find the real capture everything that was going like me. Because then we're going to having people asking us all these things, right? So it's the reach.
And then such as everybody will say, such as
What I'm just saying to avoid it. Yeah. Everyone wants to learn.
But now they. So such as our basic services. So we can. Oh, yeah, okay. Did we not already include the already section on the house in the other case? And then we said that yeah. We services, we don't even do that. We are fully agree with something. No, twice. I'll really sexual and reproductive health services, right? So I would rather between the two, I would rather see that one with this one, because this is on the broad socio-economic barriers. We're not going to a subset of health services here, right? The whole paragraph is about the socio-economic barriers. Yeah, right. Yeah, B6 already included the services. That's a better place. Yeah, that's a better place because we are specifically drawing attention among health. It's most relevant to women is sex and lifestyle, right? So here it's really about the broad social economic barriers. Kind of not speaking in. Yeah. It's just diluting the paragraph. It's also answered directly to so there's from really include social barriers always include the cumulative model, right? Just so the population right now is very like digital and physical from yeah. So in that policy message, I'm now looking at the big picture. We want to get this document adopted. Now we have to drop our agency-specific issues. Okay, we are looking at the dynamics of the participants and the issues we are advocating. Okay, so I would suggest we include the important issue side, but we have to keep it in the most strategic places and relevant places. Okay, so are they to me? Are you saying that we just hello? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Can we discuss later? We are having very important conversation. So, what this paragraph added by colleagues' initial intention is to focus on the overall access issue, not going to a specific type of service. So that's why these things, physical and digital infrastructure and other aspects I mentioned. So it doesn't fit as well. We have a basics. I feel our ground is covered. I would suggest not oversell this issue because if we backfire, the whole thing will go down the drain. We don't even have a document. Just think about that. That's my words. Okay. Yeah. And then so that whole second, the whole edition. It seems to, it's a disconnect. But I agree that just this is the most strategic just think about the final consequence. Okay, I think it doesn't fit together. Where does it fit the most? So the legal aid, and that's what I say. Which one? This is the economic barriers, the barriers. Yeah. You're talking about services. Because we're also thinking about no, not to be racist. I think without women to address this. We're about making it's an everyone. So I think we should add, if you go to here, so this is where it all makes sense. We have like three before any resources. That's where then everyone, that's something we'll start to check on. Who the checks that? So then this is now the one back to that. So we'll come back to this one. Let's maybe just so this one is support. This one is not probably this is an introduction and show you the last person. We can start the open online environment, including by sharing the
the title of this para?
Of D. Address negative social.
Yeah.
But then you can't put service para unless you talk about it in terms of justice. That's
Twenty-one. Yeah. No, this one.
21 is directly from action 4. Helen told me that was just misread, so it's not new.
In short, yeah.
This one, right?
Yeah. So we can accept that. I think it's just a.
Okay, so this one is a straightforward one.
I think it's fine. I have it quality legal and assistance. So but if you would read the second part, no, which answer access to basic services. Yeah, no, address systemic socio-economic barriers such as unpaid care, and control over income, unequal access to basic services, including and so on.
Here's the thing, that public services, it breaks down quite a number of services.
It's included.
Yes, and it includes them.
No.
So then the question becomes, if you keep on doing that, every section, it can backfire. Yes, exactly. So if you have it somewhere where you're already listing as one of the services, do you need to again spread it out, or is it not that it's already there?
No, but in that section, there it's referred to access to services. In this case, it's referred to in terms of justice.
So that there is also about justice.
Yeah, but
this is about, but it's about justice.
Sorry, it's kind of go back to the yeah.
I don't know. But let's park it. Yeah, let's go down. Yeah. 25. 25 is.
Structure. Even if we talk about it, we should.
There was something which refers to enabling access from marginalized groups and communities. So is this a repeat? Or do you want to add this to that section?
Yeah, we need to move.
Yeah.
Let's move it to the other section and then talk about the other section.
It looks like you're repeating the same thing.
So we moved.
Because this is the longer than the constitutions, which include a preamble.
Yeah. I think technology and then it goes F, technology innovation, I think it's fine. I think we could. Yeah.
Who is going to add something? Was it something under which is it? Or finally we have something under all my
I believe she's on. But do we really? It's I have yes. Yeah, this one.
That's the one. So no, there was a fire which Apana was talking about, right?
Yeah.
She said she wanted to change something.
We both shift a little bit on the financing. Just look at the financing.
Okay, so this would be
just the original is fine. Yeah.
This one. 38, huh?
Yeah.
No, this is Genesis.
The financing on the last one. We expanded a little bit because it was just on traditional justice.
Yeah, so I've just.
So you're saying.
Yeah, this one. So this one is formal and traditional. Strengthen the capacity of justice system.
So here, the predictable, ensure predictable for the implementation of laws and policies to support humanitarian justice. Constant practice in gender responsive for justice system. Supporting traditional justice system from the constitution.
So that's correct.
Yeah, that's how we adjust it. Okay. So that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why we talk. I think it's I mean, I don't know why the tracking just did not show up in section.
So if you all agree, then we will reform justice institution system and practices. So where are we done? We want to go with the first. The first side. Where we have the yes. That's where we want to go. Yeah. And there's a big summation we have. What is it? Covered. See, this one. I mean, it's not really family criminal. It's yeah, I think that you have to cut the code, right? So I'm a family concept. I'm a criminal, it's not sensitive. I said, come on, I'm just do that. Here's the thing, everything is here. I don't, then we're going to try GDP. You understand? The point I'm making. GDP is very well captured. Where is it? Not implicit. You see, this, it's everything is implicit. It cuts across all of them. But some things are more like GDP, you're saying, some things need to be more explicit, yeah. Otherwise, we just get lost, and that's what member states want. It's not member states, that's what we want. No, let's not confuse member states. No, but I'm saying they want it to be implicit so that then you don't have to talk about it. While we want to be explicit, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But let me see if we then, yeah, it can help us to I know there's looking material which has the role by the analyst, and then I'm just going to do more. So actually, I'm going to have topic yeah, I'll get 5 minutes. We're going to back here by 1:10. Yeah, there's still time. No, next time, but before we go, it's sort of on the other side. Yeah, I'm just looking for the anything that can help in the big competition. Look at your way. So accessibility to prevent the thing. Prevent and remedy right. So but here's the thing. This is strength. So if you're not accessible, you have to also look at strength. But so where is accessibility? Then we talk about accessibility is coupled in the next one. Okay, let's look at accessibility there. Because if you remember, looks marginalized for the bigger village. This is where it is. Accessibility strengthened referral pathways. That's what, and then prevention, under prevention. Under prevention, under prevention. Yeah, so under prevention, what about where is it? I'm looking for, I said for prevention, justice mechanism. So justice mechanism, then it should be here somewhere. A gender responsible design. Including for the position, yeah. So then it should be under. So question, where is it already? It's only promoting justice systems, but that's about it. No, where is it transferred? Downstairs. No, upstairs in Gilson. Yeah, but that one is not here. We don't put it under the pressure pool. I'm looking, I thought it's somewhere up there. I think it's somewhere up there. Just one, yeah, accent pathways. Okay, they're also can so they include it as one. And traditional and justice systems are. And then institutional evidence based. Can we finish all the paragraphs before we go? Are we done with? Yeah, we're done. Yeah. Okay, so we are look.
So she can accept everything.
So we're looking at the ones that you have. Yeah, no, we're not patient whether you SRH in the laws, see, or whether you assume. So in the great conclusion, so let's see what types of laws here.
Oh, are we talking about A2? The references to law?
Yes.
Yes, right.
We talk about
Right, that's around the list. You did make sense, right?
They don't list the categories of laws. They just say laws. It's very broad. Yeah, they don't go into nationality, migration. So the question is, do we go back the way of keeping it general rather than Because if you're specific, then it'll be there for sure.
Yeah. Put on your prosecutor hat. So if we just say civil, criminal, and administrative law, are those categories broad enough to capture things like family law, property law? Like we're looking for a higher level, so we're going to list every kind of.
Civil law would cover property.
Yeah.
Criminal law would cover violation of activity.
Family law, civil and family are related. Yeah. Civil, criminal.
So it would be
Civil is one category, criminal would have one category.
And administrative would cover violations from other institutions.
Yeah. Came up with administrative, who mentioned administrative? Administrative is like administrative tribunals, like ombudsman's procedures, the stuff that kind of sits alongside it.
And there are commissions for that. I mean, as we have a commission for administrative justice.
Yeah.
So then they are different category the process, but they don't necessarily go through the court system per se.
It's outside.
Yeah.
But it's also sometimes used for extrajudicial administrative process.
So you might want to
put no extrajudicial. Yeah, some discretionary and whatever. Like how migration. So it depends on what you focus on.
Just say laws. Or do you want to write criminal, civil?
Laws and frameworks.
Yeah.
All relevant legal I mean, usually when you say legal systems, that will include the legislation. Okay, right. Okay, all relevant, legal frameworks. Or relevant legislation. Because every system has administrative legal criminal.
We just implement that and not anything else.
So if you put legal system,
so like every conclusion, all new laws or all laws, right?
All
laws. You say this includes because it doesn't just have the system.
Yeah.
The listing all.
Yeah. All relevant laws or something like that.
Because we say relevant, someone will say that this doesn't fall in the under the act.
So where else is that something to include? So this includes.
It's included under prevention, right?
So do we have that under prevention?
Access. Listen to this, accessibility. We have it under access.
Okay. So
we have it here under justice mechanisms.
So we don't have it under justice mechanism.
We don't have this.
That's what we need.
For anybody.
Okay.
Yeah. Then this other one is about institutional evidence.
So data.
For data.
Yeah, data, that was something RPD colleagues wanted. Yeah, so let's go to data. That's what RPD colleagues really said. Right. So can you think across?
Maybe just, we just know that this includes
laws and frameworks across. And everything say other legal systems, other legal systems. But we are mentioning that when say customer, we just another legal system. You know, it's no, exactly. So you have to say it is a former customer.
No, but I think the idea is not to end up being told that this doesn't cover this, right?
Yeah.
Or the parameter is legal.
So then there's evidence. Then you have to say across the words which encompasses. So you know, it put it in a way that encompasses all of them without without mentioning each and so this includes the across all you know. Evidence you use this accountability. That's a big sign, bottom line. Oh man, yes, the issue when we're drafting the yeah, I cannot refer the
So
but I agree about the laws
and then when we progress on its protection. So let's add this something.
Where?
Okay. Okay. Rights protection.
Including
This is beyond technical outcomes of the experiences with the trust. But we can't do it because this is, it doesn't give you the example migration.
Also imported from the other document. Okay, so should we go ahead and accept?
I don't know if you see it.
About us.
Yes, this is here. Let me see the conditional declaration. Facilitated by technology. What is this? I'm just saying. This one talks about groups of people. So rather than groups of people, like the endless around like that. I'm trying to see where you can use the role. You can. When you can pretend
Nothing is in this life. Very bad. No, 6. I don't know.
It happened during the CSW. Which CSW? No, the one of violence. No, but I was there. I thought I was there.
Actually, would be surprising. It was so exciting.
Well, I thought it was going to happen to me. Before the resolution was going to pass, right? We're all sitting inside, all the CSOs were outside, they were like this. And then the chair of the commission said, we passed the resolution of violence. That was like the hard. Michelle Bachelet and Baba, they were sitting next to each other. I was sitting behind Baba Touré, right? And then Baba Touré does this. You know where to go? Yeah. He was so happy. And then he died, of course. He did, he died. Okay, guys, let's do this. Then after. Okay, so. Yeah, you don't see us. No, of course not. It would be so amazing. Okay,
This conversation went.
I'm just very glad it's with you. Okay, guys, let's do it.
Mine's not changing. Yeah. Because you're at the reviews.
So let me go to, because I'm doing some stuff with it tonight and talk from language. Here's number 69.
Paragraph starts strengthening justice sector.
Yes.
Well, you asked that. Very well. Yeah, I know we're doing a lot of stuff. You're grateful for living. Better protection. If we could put some there, this to inform conceptions and organization with the objective of informing. Something just I think you get it. I mean, yeah, it's correct.
It's definitely you can use control alt to search something. If there's not a way you can use control. Huh? Control that. Yes.
Okay, it's very violent service over there. So now that's what we, yeah. Let's go to the section on evening. Okay, so let's go to the legal section on evening.
Something?
Oh, you need to also I see, so that it's not as a but here it has a basic services it should be, right?
Yeah, it's just in these suggestions.
No, where I can find the
Yeah.
So it's control.
Yeah, okay. I had to Google it to see. I found it. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you got it. So one is number 9. So the lines. So this probably you don't need to never use some money for more like.
That's not like yourself, I understand. So,
This legal communication is I think across whatever is going on. Minus 3. This is
yeah. It's great.
I want to do that. I want to review. I want to focus on giving. I want to see this. Let me go to sign him. You know, it's so do minus is just minus. It's still.
But that's not a full sentence.
You do yours.
Yeah. We can put that, but it's still there's no. There's no sentence for like about this.
I can see here. Are you busy now? Tell me your hotel address. Yes. No.
To work. I don't know what you are having in your mind, but don't worry.
Then I will send you a QR code.
I will not spend. Why? Just enjoy, okay? You only have like half a day left.
Yeah.
And now it should be.
More specifically, like 12 hours or 13 hours.
You should enjoy. You should think about what you want to do.
I have ready. To this time, I go back to pack up with luggage and fly to and had to sleep before and then go to the airport. And this spent like 8 hours to my hometown.
That's quite a long flight. It's direct flight.
So one transfer, but only one transfer.
Where? So like in total 8 hours.
Yeah, so it's okay.
Yeah.
And I will.
It's so nice to know. Yeah. So sure. Sometime before you have something nice to share. Don't forget to share with them. I got this. I wish. Yeah. We have something to share here. I like share. Team is so I will just share. First note for you. This is one where they sit down. So guys, let's try and D&D. It's in D&D. It's in YouTube section. And if you have some whatever is good news or bad news, please let me know. I don't have bad news. Sorry, my bad. You just said if you want to share something, but no, it's nothing about stuff like this. Yeah. You know what? But also for you, as if you want to share anything, as I told you before, that I was angry, but not. I just want to been these breakfast to that. Yeah, and after that, they will rest 1 week or so in China until we start this is still my decision. That's when you do this. What's my plan? Yeah, yes. Because you have been working hard for you know, I know. The best for two. It's more than two. It's not only only you must have very much. I'm here. I was here in August and here, which is in December. So total 4 months. So it's already included in the house. Okay, then this is so great. Also, we're not so tired. This is where we're talking about. No, it's there. It's 19. It's in 19. Yes. I just can't help helping it's essentially it doesn't matter because people get a different CSW you have ready for this. This is the first time that I've heard lots of details. Basic social including you're so. That's well, but what I mean by basic services we're definitely talking about health and it's beyond social so that's why what you're saying is if you say service other systemic social barriers such as unpaid care and okay, and people access to this. So this is a barrier. So because all you're just saying is they have say this, just say social and health services because these are the barriers. Because you miss other barriers, so these are so you don't say basic, just the social and health because that's not what it is. Service and service. No, that's the great one. Very developed definition of service package. I research one course. Even if you might have. I think so. The basic. This is social and health services attended the course long. Yes, the exam is approaching. If you have to do it in person, then it's yes. I just if you want to speak very quick, I will not spend 1 hour. This day, thanks, cards,
like through the universities and also the transportation. No more. Two or four. I will not think hard. I think very strict.
It's not that strong.
Sorry, you know.
Busy now? You can go if you want. Just pretend that. I'll just pretend that I need to work on absolutely how to that. Okay.
Cheat yourself.
Well, thank you for that. Then my comments are during the week to be reactive. So
During the week,
we have to the
Just some
very small where we were very
I just want
but we're getting the gist of what the dynamics of it. So from that perspective, we are that accuracy, the celebration of the thing, that we're getting the gist of the thing, and including it. So that's there as well as document. It's not just SRHR. And when it comes to SRHR, we have Dr. Sen, who very specifically talked about it. We can, of course, it wasn't mentioned in the document, but we want to make sure the panel is mentioned before we include it in the document. So Dr. Sen did it, Bandana Rana did it, and today Siva. He totally spoke about SRHR, right? And so no, we wanted it to come from the panelists, not just me. I mean, I can educate among us as your colleagues. Participants in the room when it comes to the CSOs are totally agreed on the language of SRHR, they've all agreed on it. But when it comes to some of the member states, and we know some of them, well, even here right now, they would obviously have problems, but that's always been the case, always been the case. But we still managed to get resolutions passed, right? So including the ICPD program of action, which is a Bible when it comes to SRHR issues, and then the Nairobi plan of action. So it doesn't matter really how many times a participant mentioned it. It's a question of ensuring that there is relevant inclusion based on where it can be situated in the outcome document. Right? So I also feel, China, that if right. Sure, of course, absolutely. No, that's a given. That's a given. Yeah. No, of course, and that's what we're trying to do right now. I mean, that's exactly why we are passing on our trying to do that. So, thank you so much. So guys, okay, just going back. Thank you. Yeah, that's what they mean. 2 places.
Yeah, 2 places,
At least. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's again, by that definition, we are talking about how we're talking about all the paragraphs that we referenced about the candidate said.
I think because this is a politically sensitive issue, that's why we need to be prepared. And I think having those references that you mentioned, so then like, so that you have.
We may call on
Yeah,
to defend it. And right now, the important issue in terms of services health, including sexual and reproductive health, that B6 was included, highlighted.
And
that's
the second
fine,
one.
agreed, yeah. Yeah.
I think we should also give a heads up this being wasted after online. If you can waive that, you see us.
Yeah, so what we say, so what is the service affairs?
Yeah.
There's one area which is linked to linking justice and health services and others.
Yeah.
Then there's a second one where we're making reference to barriers.
Barriers, yeah.
One services we talk about.
Yeah, barriers is the E. Does it belong? I remember before I went out to the meeting, actually, does it belong? I understand the colleagues' concern. You're talking about the overall barriers of on the E19, right? We want to highlight the overall in terms of socio-economic issues. Is this the right place to highlight it again? Of SRH?
I think so. SRH barriers. I mean, SRH barriers include when it comes to abortion laws, when it comes to contraceptives, when it comes to CS education, it's huge.
Yes, if I could,
So
we're talking about access to not justice, but justice services or justice delivery. So obviously, SRHR is very directly related to access to justice, but we're talking about barriers that then make women hard to, for example, go to the city center to attend.
Right. So it's the triple AQ model, which the human rights based model, where affordability, accessibility, availability is all a part of that, the barriers. And SRHR seeking access on the most important areas.
I just thought that this is like, because it's so much more important or like so much more relevant. Here we're only talking about barriers that's like a little bit actually more far away from the access to justice.
I don't agree with that.
At least this is the.
Yeah.
So let's now we will try.
Yeah.
Okay, if we keep one in these 2 places no more. Okay.
All right.
So 19E we keep it
19E.
Yeah, and then earlier B6.
B6 and
we
19E,
keep it
right?
to- Yeah,
Okay.
2 places. And I want to just tell you, because we're secretariat, yeah. If one member state say it's too much, here it doesn't belong, in case they want to delete it, we will need to comply. You know what I mean?
But we're gonna delete a not, I mean, we cannot have not at all.
Yes, not at all. We will defend, Huda and I will try our best to defend, saying that the basic services, especially for.
I think I'm just give it a lot of difference.
Yeah, 6 and what else? 19, E19. Okay, so right, yeah, okay. We will say that in terms of, what we try to say is that in terms of the difficulty to access basic services, it's important to highlight women's access to SRH. Okay, that's why, because we are not talking about justice to all. We're talking about, okay? But I want to just tell you, if in the room, let's say, countries, there are several countries want to do this, and then no other country want to use it in, then the result is it will be taken out. This is the reality.
Right.
Secretariat cannot insist on it's between countries. So yeah, so that's it, okay?
Yeah.
So that's it, yeah. But as I know, there are some resolutions mentioned the services, right? So yes, and others, we will pull out some resolution saying that in J resolutions,
the sexual and the reproductive health services was mentioned. Okay. Yeah.
So let's go for lunch.
Yeah.
So just
Oh,
one
let's go.
last question for this.
Anything from me? No.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Let's go.
Have lunch.
Yeah, we were not.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was something with digital about it.
We just used it just to be a grade language.
Let's go. Yeah.
We want this language. No, it's a fight in the politics. What secretary informed the group that this is already in the resolution. It's okay with you. Yeah.
Yeah, the data is now verbatim.
Yeah, as in the resolution. Are you then? You must be here. You know what is the word is?
Yeah.
The resolution. Okay, it's
And
just
some
some
things
of
that-
some of the absorb the resin. Because that's CSW70 that we have adopted by.
Yeah, so I'm like, I'm really exactly. We are married to it.
It should be.
Because
we cannot move backward. Yeah.
My last thing.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah, that's also voyage number.
Yes, they do.
It's exactly what you have to say. Yeah, you just ask and you I didn't have to know. Yes. And then you sit next to who has any the charter? I don't have my charter. Can I borrow the charter? That's I don't even know the hard copy or ask them to send it to them. Yes, send it to them. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, you have to upload. Yeah, send that document from us. Let me clean out. At least one copy. Yeah, whatever is there, it's okay. Yeah, it's so good. technology even used to be slightly, so I think our calculation, we were really coming calculation, but now, when there is much more sensitive. Yes, yes. So this, I need to know. I must do. That's just let you know that obviously, when it comes to sexual and reproductive health, it's always a sensitive. But as put it in the outcome doc. Absolutely. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Do you know, so in terms of reading do we need to print for ourselves copies?
We're printing it right now, so.
You're printing, so the idea is to read through as, how many copies are you printing?
Let's get the one copy for her, one copy. We can also read it from the screen as well. Yeah, share it with Christine.
Okay, so so maybe if you can do 3 copies, please.
Yeah.
I'll give her one to look at and then.
Yes, you can send
Because
the.
it might be difficult to.
Yeah, to read in case 3 copies, but I already sent the link to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, she should take a look now. Okay. Yeah. So 3 copies from the file because we just in case technology fails, we can still read. Yeah. Yeah. But meanwhile, you just copy as such to the PowerPoint. Yeah. Make it clear and readable. Remember. I already understood. Thank you. Did you read that? Well, would you like to follow your the wise path?
I'll go with you. I'm missing that. You guys finally agree. So you communicate.
Yes, because we can. We couldn't, or we could say just generally. Very
Dear participants, how are you? Are you feeling great? Great. We will begin again very shortly, and may I please request that you take your seats, and for our session 4 moderators, please have a seat at the rostrum, and for those online, please turn on your cameras. Excellencies, distinguished guests and participants, welcome back. We'll now begin our last session, review of suggested actions and closing of preparatory meetings. In this session, our colleagues will present and review the summary suggested actions and then open the floor for plenary contributions. I will now hand the floor to our moderators. Ms. Chai Chai, on stage, please. Ms. Chai Chai is Chief Gender Equality and Social Inclusion Section, ESCAP, together with Ms. Huda Uma, Regional Coordination Specialist, UN Women Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. Ms. Chai Chai, if you are ready, please have the floor. Thank you.
Hey, Excellencies, distinguished representatives, civil society partners, UN colleagues. It is my great pleasure to join you again this afternoon. Together with Ms. Huda Uma, we are pleased to welcome you to the 4th and last session, substantive session. We still have a closing later. So in this final substantive session, we will review the suggested actions and hear contributions in plenary to the from all participants to the suggested actions. First of all, thank you to all participants, panelists, and moderators for engaging in these insightful discussions on both the current status as well as the best ways forward to address the issues we heard earlier. From today's sessions, we now have a clearer understanding of the systemic, legal, social, and institutional barriers limiting women's and girls' access to justice, including discriminatory laws, policies, and practices. The sessions highlighted that making justice work for women and girls demands stronger gender-responsive institutions, the integration of greater gender lens into the legal landscape, and concerted efforts to dismantle discriminatory social norms that intersect with structural inequality. I was encouraged by the promising practices and progressive initiatives shared, which demonstrate the approaches needed to advance gender equality within justice systems, and we need them now. I'm also very much looking forward to this session, as we will review the suggested actions and hear your overall reflections and insights in the plenary discussions that will follow. These suggested actions will feed into the CSW70 discussions and contribute to the discussions on agreed conclusions guiding progress toward a more inclusive and equitable society for women and girls in Asia and Pacific. Please note that the suggested actions will form part of the meeting report, and we will circulate a draft report to all of you for your review and feedback after the conclusions of this meeting. Based on the feedback from the past, when we organized the regional consultation before Global CSW, this time we will present half of the suggested actions, stop to take some comments related to these topics, and then present the second half of the suggested sections. I want to just also highlight that this is not a formal intergovernmental meeting. And this is, as you can see, a multi-stakeholder forum. So our colleagues worked very hard, the secretariat, the joint team of ESCAP, UN Women, UNDP, UNFPA and UNICEF. Right? This joint secretariat team have been working very hard, including today's lunchtime, to summarize your suggestions on the way forward, which we will call a list of suggested actions. And this is what we would like to achieve today, is to have a general consensus on the suggested list of actions from the meeting. It doesn't mean the individual government adopts a document as such. Okay, so I want to clarify at the beginning on this issue. So hence, we will not have a formal adoption process. And based on the past practice, in general, the meeting reached a consensus on this list of suggested actions. So we will therefore ask you to focus on the main ideas presented, not to focus too much on the specific language or grammar or editing. The secretariat will take care of it after the discussions. And you have another chance to look at it after the meeting. Okay? So now let's go over the topics. We divide the summary of suggested actions into 7 sections. And Huda and I will read out all of them to you. Now the slides are coming up? Yep. Okay. So the slide will show right now show you the headings for suggested actions. I will present the first 3 sections, A, B, C, and after reading through the text together with you, we will pause for your comments, inputs. Okay. And then from D to G, my colleague Huda will read them out together also with you and invite you for comments on that part. Okay. All right. Now let's start. The first section is on strengthen gender equal and non-discriminatory legal frameworks and justice policies. Can we go to the text session? Okay. So I hope it's readable. Okay. So this is the summary under this heading. I know some of you have visual impact, and some of you, because this is the first time you are looking at it, to allow you time to read it. I'm also read it out. Okay. So this is the same, right? Okay. So first, on the A, first point, first para, ratify, implement, and fully align national laws and policies with international human rights instruments, including CEDAW and its optional protocol, and review reservations with a view to withdraw, building on progress achieved over the past 2 decades through inclusive and participatory law reform processes that engage women and girls and their representative organizations, ensuring adequate and predictable government funding to support these efforts. Next point. Conduct comprehensive legislative and policy reviews to identify, amend, or repeal discriminatory provisions across all areas of law and ensure that legislation and policies are having the intended effects to address violence and discrimination. This includes laws and frameworks across all legal systems, ensuring that these reviews are informed by the lived experiences and priorities of diverse groups of women and girls. Third point, establish or reinforce constitutional and statutory guarantees of equality and non-discrimination, ensuring these provisions promote substantive equality and prevent gender-neutral laws producing discriminatory effects, and create mechanisms that enable women and girls to claim, enforce, and obtain effective criminal, civil, administrative, and other appropriate remedies and forms of redressing for rights violations in practice. So maybe I think it's quite a lot. I think it's good to pause after this section. This is all points on the section A, and to check if there's any comment. If no comment, we will continue to section B. We will also give you time to digest it after the first 3 sections, A, B, C. Okay. Now we come to B, the section titled Promote Gender Responsive, Inclusive, and Coordinated Justice Systems. Para number 4. Develop a whole of society gender responsive justice strategies that coordinate roles and responsibilities across police, courts, prosecution services, legal aid, corrections, and reintegration services social services, community actors, and civil society, with structured mechanisms for the meaningful participation of women and girls and their organizations in the design, implementation, and monitoring of these strategies. Reform justice institutions is next point, number 5. Reform justice institutions, systems, and practices based on the lived realities, diverse views of justice, and the legal needs of women and girls in all their diversity, and institutionalize gender and intersectionality impact assessments that are developed and reviewed with the active engagement of women justice users. Number 6. Establish or strengthen integrated whole of society, multi-sectoral referral pathways, linking justice, health, including to sexual and reproductive health services, social protection, child protection, education, shelters, and psychosocial services, ensuring that women and girls, particularly survivors of gender-based violence, do not bear the burden of navigating fragmented, uncoordinated institutions and re-traumatization in the process of seeking justice. Number 7. Expand innovative, user-focused justice solutions, such as simplified processes, trauma-informed procedures, availability of advocates, specialized courts, and survivor-centered evidential practices, alongside integrated approaches that link legal, social, and protection services to increase trust, reduce burden, and deliver effective outcomes for women and girls. Number 8. Ensure alternative and traditional justice systems. Apply human rights principles and standard protections with safeguards against discrimination and bias, access to appeal, and oversight mechanisms that uphold equality and dignity for all women and girls. Strengthen institutional safeguards. Number 9. Okay. Strengthen institutional safeguards, policies, protocols, and accountability to encourage systematic responses by personnel, prevent discrimination, abuse, and violence by justice actors such as police, court officers, corrections personnel, probation personnel, and customary authorities. Establish or strengthen independent, survivor-centered complaint and oversight mechanisms that are safe, accessible, confidential, and trusted by women and girls. Number 10. Ensure safe and enabling environments that allow for meaningful participation of women's rights organizations, youth-led organizations, women human rights defenders, and community-based groups in justice sector reform, including at planning and early stages of reviews. So this is the text for section B. I will pause for a short while before we move into section C. no immediate comment on section B yet. We will proceed to section C and invite comments. Section C, the title is Promote Women's Leadership, Representation and Meaningful Participation in Justice Systems. 11, para 11. Expand women's leadership and meaningful representation across the justice and legal systems, including in the judiciary, prosecution services, law enforcement, lawmaking, and parliament, legal aid, oversight bodies, and community-based justice mechanism. In line with CEDAW General Recommendation number 40 on women's equal, substantive, and inclusive representation. Para 12, adopt temporary special measures where appropriate to accelerate gender parity in senior judicial posts, prosecutory decision-making roles, court administration, and leadership positions in justice sector, ministries, and agencies. Para 13. Strengthen career pathways, mentorship programs, and professional development opportunities to support the advancement of women within justice institutions, ensuring that women from diverse backgrounds, identities, and communities are represented across all levels and functions. Para 14. Ensure the meaningful participation of adolescent girls and women of all ages in justice policy processes, recognizing them as current rights holders and future custodians of justice systems. Adopt survivor-centered and trauma-informed approaches that integrate women and girls' perspectives and priorities in justice processes, ensuring autonomy, agency, and meaningful participation in the design and monitoring of justice services, in line with international human rights standards. Para 15. Support women parliamentarians to engage effectively with justice systems through lawmaking, legislative review, budget allocations, financial oversight, and accountability processes, including by strengthening their access to technical expertise, gender-responsive budgeting tools, and evidence on women's and girls' access to justice. So this is the first 3 sections. We will pause here to take your comments on any of these 3 sections. Please focus on the substance, not the grammar and language editing. The Secretariat will take care of it after the meeting. Yes, I'm aware some comments are already posted online, and we will also take into consideration those comments that are posted online. But I will first invite government representatives in the room, if you wish to take the floor, to make comment on any of the paras that I have just read out in section A, B, and C. Not yet. That's after we finish. Yeah. Okay. I recognize the representative of the Philippines.
Thank you very much. I think it is a very good synthesis of what we heard yesterday and this morning. Please allow me to make comments, not on the content of what you presented, but from a perspective of a national women's machinery who will be mainly responsible for ensuring the implementation and information dissemination of these things when I go back to my country. So I'm taking that perspective. I don't have a critique or a comment on the content. But I think that we, national women's machineries, will be challenged with thinking about how to operationalize each and every item in what you presented. And offhand, what I'm thinking is go through the presentation, identify which of those are already existing in the country so that we can reinforce them, but also identify those that are catalytic, transformative, and easy to do so that we can begin with something new that might reinforce what we have already done in the past. And once we have made that homework, the technical review, then we can call the concerned agencies of government, maybe going beyond the executive, but inviting also the legislature and the judiciary to ask them what they think about this suggested actions, what can they contribute, and how can we use our gender budget to finance the implementation of actions that we are going to take, come up with measurable indicators. Maybe some of the indicators are already determined, but I think there are new that we have to think about. And what I think would be very useful is for the Secretariat to create a mechanism where we can exchange information about the progress of our work in operationalizing these agreements. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for these comments. You are very proactive, already thinking how to implement some of these recommendations. Indeed, the purpose of this set of suggested actions is to give all of you a menu, and you can pick and choose that is most useful for your country context. And especially as Madam has highlighted, as a national women's machinery, to implement all these recommendations related to justice, you must coordinate with relevant line ministries and agencies. This is one of the issues that would not be implemented successfully without a coordination with the rest of the government, and in fact, beyond the government. So we very much appreciate the insight you shared as a champion for gender equality in the Philippines, and also as a coordinator on gender issue in the country. So we welcome similar general comments from all countries. You can either make it now or when we finished reviewing all the suggested actions. So here right now, if you have any specific suggestions on any text, please raise them. I'm also aware there are several countries that send advance requests for making intervention during the session. So we will give you the floor after we have completed the review of this list of suggested actions. Philippines, please. Yeah.
This is just a small follow-up because I know that other countries are struggling with the technicalities of implementation. We have a lot of beautiful policy frameworks, but how they are being implemented in each country is different, except that I think years and years of implementation have given us some tools that we can already start with. For example, to get a policy implemented, we have to make sure that there is high-level commitment. The support of my president, the support of the parliament would be very, very important. And it's good that we have a representative here from the judiciary. The second element is capacity. So the capacities for implementation vary also from country to country and from agency to agency. And the third is accountability. Who do we hold accountable when we meet again and check on what has been implemented and what has not been implemented? And the fourth is resources. So I think for all of us who are still preparing to strategize on how to get this implemented, these four aspects of commitment, capacities, accountability, and resources are good starting point. Thank you.
Thank you again, Your Excellency, for these very important suggestions. In fact, when we go to the other parts of the summary, you will see the issues you have suggested are included. And if anything important missed, we can add. But there are still 4 more sections, especially the last section focusing on financing, capacity building, data and research. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you for the suggestion. And representative of Indonesia? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Government representatives are not having any comments at this moment. I want to check whether civil society colleagues have any comment at this moment. If none for now, we will finish reading the summary. Yeah, I will hand over to my colleague Huda to read out the remaining 4 sections. Then you will have an overview of the whole summary. Yeah, we can come back to discuss again. Thank you. Huda, over to you.
Thank you. In a similar manner, I will go through each section and I will invite you to please think about what you'd like to provide by way of comments in response to the language provided. The next section is on address negative social norms and intersecting forms of discrimination that impede women's access to justice. And the first one, 16, integrate intersectionality as a core principle in justice policies, practices, and institutions, recognizing how gender intersects with disability, age, ethnicity, migration status, geographic location, indigeneity, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, and other identities to shape women's justice experiences, decisions, and pathways. Next, ensure equal access to justice for women from minority and marginalized communities and groups by removing language, cultural, and accessibility barriers and providing procedural accommodations, interpretation, culturally appropriate information, supported decision-making where requested, and ensuring that justice processes respect, respond to, and are shaped by diverse identities and lived experiences. Next, invest in sustained norm change and public education efforts, including engaging men and boys and addressing victim blaming, gender bias, and discriminatory practices within police, law enforcement, and justice institutions to prevent re-victimization and challenge gender stereotypes, stigma, and victim blaming that influence justice system experiences and attrition in justice seeking, and to increase public trust in justice institutions and reporting mechanisms while strengthening women's confidence, agency, and willingness to seek justice without fear of reprisals. I will stop here and see if we have any comments. The floor is yours, representative from the Philippines.
Thank you very much. I just would like to ask anyone here who is an expert on women without nationality. I would like to make sure that they are not going to be missed and check whether they are captured in the number 16 on migration status.
Thank you very much for that intervention. So I'd just like to confirm you're referring to individuals that are stateless. Would that be correct? Okay. Thank you. Duly noted. Any other interventions? Yes, a representative from the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Excuse me, in item 18, the gender bias and discriminatory practices, I, at my government, prefer to use women instead of that. And in item 16, in sexual orations, we prefer to women and men.
Thank you very much for that comment. We've taken note of the same. Do you wish to add?
The paragraph 17, okay, just wait a moment. For women from the minority and marginalized community, we recommend to deleted minority and marginalized community. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Any other comments before we go to the next section? Representative from Solomon Islands representing PIFS, would that be correct?
Yes. Just on number 17, the reference to the justice processes, respect and respond to, and there's, diverse identities and lived experiences. I just want to see if geographical settings could also be included, and this is in the context of, the maritime, especially from, the Pacific context. Yes, moderator.
Thank you very much for that comment. Our secretariat is noting all these inputs, and we shall do what we can. If there are no further comments, I'm just checking. Representatives? We shall move on to section E, which is expand pathways to justice for women and girls. 19, ensure universal access to quality, affordable, and gender-responsive legal aid and assistance for women and girls with dedicated services for those in remote or underserved areas, such as remote hearings, itinerant courts, availability of skilled advocates, and community legal outreach, support for women to understand legal options and make informed decisions about pursuing justice, and address systemic socio-economic barriers such as unpaid care and domestic work, limited control over income and financial services, unequal access to basic services including sexual and reproductive health services, physical and digital infrastructure, and inadequate social protection. Next, paragraph 20, support and recognize community justice workers and paralegals with adequate training, professional oversight, and safeguards, particularly in areas where formal services may be limited, recognizing their role in empowering women to claim their rights and navigate justice processes. Next, ensure equal access to justice for all victims and survivors of offline and online violence, including by ensuring accessible, confidential, supportive, and effective reporting mechanisms, as well as offering alternative civil and administrative pathways for individuals who encounter financial or systemic barriers to formal legal proceedings, strengthening women's legal literacy and awareness of available legal mechanisms, and acknowledging and supporting the indispensable role of civil society and women's organizations in providing survivor-centered services. Next, ensure access to justice as a core protection function for women and girls in humanitarian, conflict, disaster, and climate crisis settings, including through mobile and community-based justice services, strengthen survivor-centered, confidential, and accountable reporting pathways for gender-based violence and sexual exploitation and abuse, and the integration of access to justice within humanitarian, peace building, and recovery efforts to strengthen accountability and long-term resilience. Next, integrate gender-responsive access to justice into climate-related laws, policies, and institutions, ensuring that women and girls can seek effective remedies, accountability, and redress from climate-related harms, including displacement, loss of livelihoods, and environmental degradation, in line with UNFCCC commitments on gender equality, human rights, and inclusive climate action. And the last one for this section, strengthen and adequately resource national human rights institutions and other oversight bodies to address complaints, undertake legal audits, monitor justice institutions, and expand accountability pathways that respond to and are informed by the experiences and demands of women and girls. I will stop here and again invite interventions. And I can see I will start first with a representative from Kingdom of Tonga and then go on to the Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank Madam you. Moderator, thank you. I'd like to also include disabled women and the elderly that's missing. Thank you very much. That we have taken note of that comment, and we might come back to circle back to us to a specific section that you'd like us to, if it's a specific paragraph that you had in mind, we'll come back. On to the next intervention from the Islamic Republic of Iran.
We recommended to 22 the line 4 gender-based violence change to violence against the women.
Thank you. We have taken note of that comment, but we just want to circle back the language we have used, we have tried to ensure is aligned with already existing resolutions. So to the extent possible, we would like to retain what has already been agreed respectfully. Thank you very much. Any other interventions?
Maybe I also want to add in here that in GA resolutions related to women, gender is used already in all resolutions, as well as gender-based violence. So just want to clarify on this. Thank you.
So the next section is a bit long. I say this because we will need your attention, and hopefully your lunch is going to help at this stage. Harness technology and innovation safely and equitably. And I begin. Implement the agreed conclusions of the 67th session of the CSW, the Commission on the Status of Women, the priority theme of which was innovation and technological change and education in the digital age for achieving gender equality and empowerment of all women and girls. That's the first one. Second, expand the use of digital and non-digital innovations to improve access to justice, such as online filing, remote hearings, digital legal aid, mobile justice services, one-stop centers, user-centered service design, and accessible information tools while ensuring that safe, high-quality, offline pathways remain available for women and girls who face connectivity, literacy, disability-related, or safety barriers, and that these innovations enhance women's autonomy and decision-making. Next, promote equal and inclusive digital innovation by closing the gender digital divide and by ensuring that the design, development, deployment, and use of digital and artificial intelligence systems are consistent with international human rights law, including through appropriate safeguards for data privacy, transparency, accountability, and oversight, and with the meaningful participation of diverse women in their design, development, and governance. Next one, invest in digital literacy, accessible technologies, inclusive service design, community-based support systems, and community-based support systems that strengthen women's ability to safely and confidently engage with emerging justice innovations, particularly for those facing negative gender norms, low connectivity, or limited digital skills, so they can exercise agency and make informed choices in digital justice environments. Next, strengthen legal and institutional responses to technology-facilitated gender-based violence, including, but not limited to, cyber harassment, online stalking, exploitation, and non-consensual image sharing by adopting survivor-centered, trauma-informed, and rights-based approaches, building the capacity of justice actors to investigate, prevent, and provide effective remedies for digital harms in ways that respect survivors' choices and agency, and by ensuring accountability of technology companies through gender-responsive and safety by design standards. Next, foster multi-stakeholder collaboration, including governments, technology companies, and civil society, to prevent and respond to technology-facilitated gender-based violence, given the multi-jurisdictional and transnational nature of such violence. Ensure that digital platforms embed gender-responsive and safety by design principles, establish survivor-centered, rights-based complaints and redress mechanisms that uphold privacy, dignity, and informed choice are available in, let me repeat that, mechanisms that uphold privacy, dignity, and informed choice and are available in the languages of users and have skilled personnel from different contexts to understand the nuances of language intended to harass, harm, and intimidate. I will stop here. And invite interventions. Apologies. Over to you, representative from Philippines.
Thank you very much. Just a small recommendation when you mentioned in number 28, accessible technology. Can you please put it back? Okay, number 28. 28. 28, please. Number 28, please. Anyway, I'll just continue. I just would like to recommend that instead of just saying accessible technology, can we also add the word affordable? And I have some thoughts that I would like to share, and it's up for you to see whether it fits into this section or it can be somewhere else or not at all. I thought that all of these are very good in terms of harnessing technology for the benefit of improving the access to justice of women. But I also think that we should recognize that the AI is already, the artificial intelligence is already being used in determining bail, sentence, parole, risk assessment, case prioritization, predictive policing, automated case review. Many aspects of administration of justice are already using artificial intelligence. So when they want to review the case, they can just choose the AI. But the AI system learns from patriarchal history. For example, if courts historically gave lighter sentences for domestic violence, or if it dismissed marital rape many times, the AI will replicate these patterns. Algorithms may also determine rape cases as too difficult to prosecute based on historical patterns and automatically deprioritize them. So our recommendation is we have to be aware of this, and we should consider revisiting the use of AI and AI algorithms and subject it to examination of discriminatory outcomes. And unless we are sure that a particular app or a particular device will not compound the discrimination against women, then we should not allow it. They have to be analyzed, especially across intersections of gender and race, gender and disability, gender and poverty, and similar factors. And I think that as a smart solution, these AI systems must be redesigned to detect and deter intersectional biases. Give the court, the justice system, power, knowledge, expertise on how to handle different types of intersectional disadvantage or biases. There should also be a mandatory algorithmic audits of independent feminist experts, and the affected communities must have the power to ask for a shutdown of systems that are compounding their intersectional disadvantage and injustice. Never should we allow algorithmic discrimination to compound further the layers of discrimination that already makes the lives of women difficult. It's both a recommendation and an appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have taken note of the comments and the recommendations and the appeal. Thank you. Just checking if there are any further interventions from the floor. Yes, over to you, representative from Solomon Islands on behalf of the PIF.
Thank you, moderator. Just on the use of where there is accessibility, I'm looking at 28 to ensure that it's not just accessibility, but also inclusive and affordable. Affordability, sorry, and across, when we're, making reference to accessible technologies. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your comment. I'm also checking because I note that we have our civil society partners, our UN partners. Oh, yep, a representative from the government of Tonga.
No, just my comment earlier, that was to include the disabled elderly. That was for para 22. And for para 30, the last, if we could include degrade. Para 30. Harass, harm, and intimidate. So if we could have degrade, harass, harm, and intimidate. Proposing that text. Thanks.
Thank you for your inputs. Very much appreciated. No further inputs? I will go on to section G. And section G is strengthen financing, capacity building, and data and research. 31,
increase predictable and long-term domestic and subnational financing for gender-responsive and survivor-centered justice services in light of the persistent resource gaps and, in some settings, reductions that hinder the effective delivery and sustainability of support for women and girls. Ensure predictable and adequate financing for the implementation of laws and policies that support women's equal access to justice and for advancing effective and gender-responsive formal justice systems and for supporting traditional justice mechanisms that meet constitutional and human rights standards. Next, provide core, flexible, and multi-year funding for national women's machineries, women's rights organizations, youth-led groups, and community justice networks that play a central role in identifying barriers, supporting women in claiming their rights, amplifying their voices, and holding institutions accountable. Next, strengthen the capacities of justice institutions, systems, and actors, including those in formal and traditional systems, to deliver gender-responsive, survivor-centered justice consistent with international human rights standards, including skills to listen to and act upon the experiences and priorities shared by women and girls, and to inform institutional reforms. Next, strengthen the collection and use of gender statistics and data disaggregated on the basis of income, sex, age, race, ethnicity, marital status, migration status, disability, geographical location, and other characteristics, while safeguarding privacy rights and data protection to inform laws and policies. Next, develop participatory and context-specific research agendas in partnership with academia, women's rights organizations, advocates, youth-led groups, women human rights defenders, survivors of violence, and other community actors to better understand justice barriers and identify effective, gender-responsive justice solutions, including for violations facilitated by technology, ensuring that women's voices and lived experiences guide research priorities and methodologies. I will stop here and open the floor. As was the case previously, we will begin with any additional government interventions. We will then move on to inviting international organizations and UN entities, and open the floor then to civil society. The floor is yours, representative from the Philippines.
This is more of a question. I would like to know if we are just focusing on formal justice mechanisms. Because when we think about the business sector, the corporate world, many women are experiencing injustice in companies, in establishments. They don't go to court. There should be a mechanism right within the corporations, the firms, that will give justice to women who are harassed, sexually harassed, who are discriminated in promotion. And because these are so many, it will take so much for the formal courts to handle them. And therefore, in the Philippines, we have a law about creation of a CODI, Committee on Decorum and Investigation, especially for cases of sexual harassment. And therefore, these mechanisms also deserve support so that they can do good things for the women who are being victimized and who become unproductive, deteriorated performance because they cannot function properly in such an environment. And our businesses are living on the contributions of women as workers and even women doing care work, unpaid care work at home. So they can do a lot and they have to do a lot so that this problem can be addressed. So I'm talking more of the mechanisms within business industries and communities.
Thank you very much for this intervention. What we have provided here would cover both business, and it goes as far as alternative and administrative pathways for individuals who may be experiencing challenges in terms of accessing, and it also explicitly makes reference to harassment and sexual exploitation. Thank you very much for this intervention, but we have duly noted your comment. Thank you. Representative from Fiji, followed by representative from Indonesia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. For Fiji, we would like to have for every mention of women and girls to add the word all women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you. I believe Indonesia is next. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pretty sure that I not yet seen any highlight on engagement with the local leaders or local faith leaders on the issue of women and girls. I think we should at least highlight one or two para on their involvement. I mean, not only on for dissemination, but how they engage with other stakeholders in empowering women and children. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. Duly noted. Any other comments from the floor? Yes, apologies. Representative from Solomon Islands and Baffle Pips.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Would like to suggest I guess, a bit more prominence on prevention. And I guess across all the thematic areas, and the importance of, I guess, a holistic approach, a whole of life approach from birth. And my second is a question, really, just to confirm if this text will be shared and if there's the opportunity for written response.
Thank you for these inputs and comments. Just to confirm, yes, the text will be shared for additional inputs. With that, I will check if we have any international organizations or UN entities that wish to provide inputs. And if there are none, I would. Okay, yes, representative from the Philippines.
I just would like to say that I support the idea of Solomon Islands, and I feel that not meaning to say bad, anything bad about it, but I think we can still strengthen the angle of prevention through norm change, because all of our gender issues are rooted on culture, and norm change is a sustainable solution, but we have to invest on it, because norm change will prevent the occurrence of and the reproduction of incidents that will require our women to access justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your inputs. We shall see how to make sure we amplify both your interventions from Solomon Islands and Philippines. Over to you, Representative from Papua New Guinea.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just a comment from Papua New Guinea in terms of 34. Could we have a specific phrase up there that strengthens the capacity of national missionaries, women's national missionaries? So it talks about justice institutions, but it does not specifically talk about national missionaries, women's national missionaries. Like for Papua New Guinea, we are the ones that coordinate all these things. So that's a comment from Papua New Guinea. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comment. Duly noted. I think it echoes what was said by a representative from the Philippines as well in terms of strengthening national gender machineries. I see in terms of order, representative from the Kingdom of Tonga, followed by Solomon Islands. Thank you.
Just to, Madam Moderator, just to support my colleague from PNG. So perhaps it can be strengthen the capacities of engagement of National Women's Machinery with justice institution to strengthen that, because this is about the justice institution, but to bring in also the National Women's Machinery, the engagement to be strengthened.
Duly noted. Thank you. Over to you, representative from Solomon Islands.
Solomon Islands supports Papua New Guinea and Tonga.
Thank you very much. Over to you, representative from Fiji.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fiji also supports PNG. And on point 32, finance implementation, we would like finance implementation and also to assist in monitoring of legislation as well, as we need this technical support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our understanding is not only strengthen the national gender machines, but also the ability to be able to work closely with the justice institutions. So the two are not, yeah. And then duly noted on the reference to the monitoring of laws. Thank you very much. Any further interventions?
Just a reminder, you might have forgotten the men. Engagement of male, like positive masculinity. Was it already raised? Okay, thank you.
It is, but I think the point that was made by the representative from Indonesia was also bringing in community leaders in working in faith-based organizations or institutions as well to ensure that they are supporting gender equality and empowerment more explicitly than what is currently there.
Because in the Philippines, we are bringing together desperate male organizations to talk about how to play a lead role in achieving gender equality and protecting women from violence and abuse, because male are not alike. There are male who can be our champions, and there are male who we have to work with.
Problems, yes. Thank you. I will just do checking before in case I've missed anybody. Any representative from government before I invite representatives from civil society. In case you'd like to make, yes, Solomon Islands.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Solomon Islands supports Fiji with the monitoring in light that the region, Pacific region, has a monitoring and evaluation framework in place. Also supporting the need to work with men and boys, and the need for multi-sectoral approaches. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I'd like to open the floor to representatives from civil society. Yes, duly noted. The floor is yours, madam.
Okay. Excellencies, delegates, and my dear colleagues and sister. So it's honor to address this preparatory Asia Pacific preparatory meeting for CSW, and we expressed concern that the zero draft had to be prepared without the substantive comment from Asia and the Pacific. But however, we are also hopeful that this meeting will be an important platform for highlighting the regional issues, because this might only be the meeting that many of us could attend because of the visa restrictions issues imposed by the US government. So justice is not equally accessed by in the same way by all the communities, and it differs. So the state must recognize this intersectionality while accessing the justice mechanism. Therefore, we urge the member states to the following: ratify the treaties including CEDAW, CRPD, and implement the mechanism that that brings the access to justice in the highlighting priority. Ensure the disaggregated data on the basis of the age, gender, disability, which can support in the informed policy and policy reformation. Make all justice institutions physically accessible and also digitally accessible for all, including women and girls with disabilities. Eliminate legal barriers that restricts the legal capacity of women with disabilities, and eliminate all such discriminatory laws, and promote the supportive decision making instead of the substitutive decision making for girls and women with disabilities. Organize the targeted trainings for justice related stakeholders on gender and disability inclusive justice mechanism. Remove all legal and procedural barriers that will restrict the access of sexual and reproductive health rights, legal rights of adolescent girls. Specifically, repeal those laws which requires the third party like the parents or any other guardianship who to access girls on those rights and services. Strengthen accountability mechanisms so that the justice related stakeholders will not perpetuate the discrimination on the basis of various cultures and practices, and will rather follow the human rights mechanism. Invest in the gender responsive budgeting across all sectors of the government. Affirm that all women and girls will have their bodily autonomy, their sexuality and health on the basis of their will, and deprioritize military expenditure and spend reallocate those resources to the essential public goods and services. Support international decades of advancing access to justice for girls and women for 2027 to 36. And I would like to conclude by saying that justice will not be possible until and unless the priority is given to those who are historically marginalized. And we conclude with the hope that this CSW will draw the commitment that will strengthen the justice system for all, for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement, which is well appreciated. I would like to just provide a bit of information in terms of the next steps for the global process, and that would be that every UN member state, their permanent mission would have received the draft agreed conclusions, and that we will all have an opportunity to be able to provide written inputs to the same by the 3rd of February, and following from that, a revised draft will be shared with our member states by the 10th of February. And following from that, there will be a further deliberation on the content of the next draft based upon the inputs received from Capitol and shared with your permanent missions in New York. So we kindly encourage both our representatives here to engage, but also our civil society colleagues to engage with your member states, your governments, in discussions about what you hope you would like to see in terms of the content of the language and the veracity of what is being proposed in the draft agreed conclusions that will be hopefully adopted in New York in March. We just want to make sure we have given everyone the opportunity to be able to provide input to the text that has been shared before we hand over to general statements. Is there any other input that has been anyone would wish to make on the text that has been shared? Yes, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a quick comment about the use of the terms justice institutions and multi-jurisdictional and justice actors, which appears in several of the paragraphs. And I'll just note in particular paragraphs 18, 9 and 22, and to say that they focus on law enforcement, police, and then in quotes, justice institutions. However, there are other very critical justice institutions which we may not think of directly, such as the military, such as immigration authorities and security authorities, and particularly in paragraph 22, where it's humanitarian and peace-building issues and human rights standards are discussed. I think we should take particular note there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these inputs. Appreciated. If there are no further... Yes, the floor is yours, Madam.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So I just want to make a quick comment on the paragraph 13, 30, on the accountability of digital platforms. I think we should be clearer about holding tech companies accountable in perpetuating gender-based violence when they are driven by surveillance and commercialization, especially in the algorithm transparency and data collection methodology. And I think it's really important that we demand transparency from these platforms in terms of content moderation and how most of the time gender-based violence go unaddressed on this platform. And most of the time, freedom of speech on this platform is also impacted, especially for digital feminist activism. I think that's also in paragraph 36. I think we have mentioned here how we should develop research agendas, for example. But I think the conversation on what justice means also should include the space for women's rights organization and human rights defenders who have the space to bring up their own agenda, because we should expand and focus on the shrinking civil space, which is an issue across the Asia-Pacific region right now. Yep. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your inputs. Appreciated. I will give the floor to the Solomon Islands on behalf of the PIF.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. On behalf of PIF, just like to re-emphasize the need for use of agreed language, especially on language that reflects the Pacific region, in language around rural, remote, and maritime, if that can be considered across the whole conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the guidance. I see on my right, the floor is yours.
Very short, just on paragraph 16. I wonder if we could have paragraph 16. I just wanted to say that in the Pacific, we've worked really long and hard with governments and civil society and communities on making sure that access to justice is for everyone. By everyone, for everyone. And so this work that we've been doing as the LBQ working group is very important, that we now have guidance notes that are coming through from Pacific Women Lead. We are working with many governments on it. And I wanted to say that we've got to move past this idea that as soon as we see sexual orientation or gender identity, that we try and strike it, because it's incredibly important for access to justice work. And like never before, I think in CSW70, we have an opportunity
justice is not just about those that you think are like you. It is about the right of all of us to live lives free of violence and discrimination and stigma. So thank you for the opportunity to see it in this text, and I hope that we can hold it there. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for your inputs. If there are no further interventions, I will hand over to my colleague Chai Chai. Oh, one more. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Just a quick comment in relation to the section C on promoting women's leadership and meaningful participation, and section E on expanding pathways to justice. We encourage to more explicitly prioritize adolescent girls and young women as a distinct group within the justice reforms. This includes age-responsive legal aid, school and community-based legal literacy, and survivor-centered confidential reporting mechanism for violence in both online and offline spaces. These measures are essential to ensure that girls can seek justice without parental, community, or institutional coercion and can participate safely in public and political life, particularly in the context of early marriage, digital exploitation, and political intimidation. Thank you.
Thank you. We almost missed that one. Any other comments, interventions? Going once? Going twice? Because sometimes people twitch. Gone. Over to you, Chai Chai.
Thank you, Huda. Thank you, colleagues, for your very important and valuable inputs to the text of the summary. Now, before we conclude this session, we received earlier some advance requests from some governments as well as CSOs for making interventions. I assume it's general comments. It's in the list here. I want to just double check if you still wish to make the comment now. First on the list is the representative of Fiji.
Thank you, Chair. Fiji supports the proposed actions and wishes to highlight several priorities critical for effective implementation. First, justice reforms must be adequately resourced with dedicated funding for legal aid, survivor support services, and gender-responsive training across justice institutions, judiciary, and law agencies. Second, accountability mechanisms are essential. Fiji supports strengthening monitoring frameworks, including the use of sex desegregated and intersectional data to track outcomes for women and girls. Third, regional cooperation and peer learning are vital, particularly for our small island developing states facing capacity and geographic constraints. And finally, meaningful participation of women, including grassroots organizations and survivors, must remain central to justice reform processes. Fiji reaffirms its commitment to contributing constructively to the CSW70 outcome in partnership with member states, UN and crop agencies, and of course the civil society. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Fiji. Now on the list is also the representative of Iran. Do you wish to make any general comment now? Okay, next. No. Okay, no further comment from Iran. Now,
For paragraph 27, just comment for diverse women, we recommended diverse deleted.
You repeat?
The diverse, I don't know where, 27. No, 7. Yes, the last line, diverse women, diverse,
yes.
deleted. Thank you.
I think maybe it's useful to just mention a bit the background about diverse. The word has been used also in a number of General Assembly resolutions. Here we heard from the deliberations of different governments that women are not the same. You know, they are living in perhaps urban or rural. They have a different socio-economic background. So just to show that women in all kinds of situations, they should have access to justice, access to resources, right, to reflect the overall situation of all women and girls. So we seek your cooperation on this. Thank you. Okay, now I'd also like to invite yes, the next is a representative Tonga. Do you have any general comments you would like to make?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just recalling our interventions in the last 3 sessions, and I'd just like to also support the interventions from the chair of the Pacific Island Forum, Solomon Islands, as well as our colleagues from the Pacific Islands, Fiji, and PNG. Yes, but thank you. We see that there's still time to incorporate on the 3rd of February and the 10th of February. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Now I'd like to invite the representative of Solomon Island. Do you also have general comments to share?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Solomon Islands, on behalf of the Pacific Island Forum, thanks ESCAP, UN Women, and UN partners for the preparatory meeting. We look forward to receiving the text for further input. We will provide our text as a region and as member states to see that our interventions are included. And we also would like to note and acknowledge the Pacific CSOs that are also here at the preparatory meeting, and look forward to working closely with them as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished representatives from governments. I have completed the list of requests for intervention from government. I want to check. Okay, yes. Representative of Indonesia, please.
Thank you, moderator. Indonesia would like to express its appreciation to the Secretariat for preparing the draft of CSS action. We believe that document successfully recaptures the essence of our discussion over the past 2 days and reflecting not only our shared achievement, but also the remaining challenges and the way forward. We welcome the suggested action and value the efforts invested in their development. We acknowledge that the document is non-legally binding and that some elements in the document that have not yet enjoyed international consensus. In this regard, Indonesia will carefully consider the suggested action and its implementation as appropriate and to be national regulation in specific national context. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished representative of Indonesia. Your comments are well noted. Is there any other government delegation who wish to make intervention? I see none. And on my list, we still have one more request from CSO who is going to make a joint statement. Ms. Faye Valatubu, Executive Director of FemLink Pacific. Would you like to make an intervention now?
My apologies, Chair. Faye is
not in the room, so I am speaking on behalf of the Civil Society Steering Committee as well as the Civil Society Forum that was held for Asia Pacific. If you just give us 30 seconds to put up our statement.
This is for the access to justice.
This one?
That is the recommendation.
Can you increase it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. We thank you for this opportunity to provide some final comments in relation to the theme for CSW70 and our discussions that we've had for 2 days with the Asia Pacific Civil Society Forum and the 2 days ministerial discussions. We have a number of calls to make. The first 3 being an urgent call for member states, UN entities and sponsors and development partners to collectively call for an international decade to advance access to justice for women and girls from 2027 to 2036. This call has come through the Civil Society Forum, through one of our participants who made that request, and we would like to acknowledge her and reiterate this is urgent. As we spoke yesterday, we know and we have the evidence, but we now need to action those. The second would be around to ratify the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, CRPD, and all other relevant human rights treaties, and build and strengthen accessible justice pathways for women and girls in all their diversity. Third is to work collaboratively with women and girls in all their diversity from across Asia and the Pacific to strengthen CSW regional processes to counteract the increasing travel challenges and restrictions to the United States and the UN New York access. Further, we call member states to 1, ensure CEDAW compliant legislation and strengthen judiciary justice mechanisms and justice providers in terms of understanding CEDAW and understanding how CEDAW can be translated into legislation and work towards substantive equality in that way. 2, we're looking at supporting and participating in an international decade to advance access to justice for women and girls from 2027 to 2036. Third, implement inclusive and accessible policies and institutions that ensure women and girls in all their diversity to achieve access to justice, ensure all justice-related institutions, including the court system, police stations, legal aid services, are physically, locationally, culturally, digitally accessible to women in all their diversities, and remove legal provisions that limit women with disabilities from their right to decision making. We want to see a strengthening of accountability mechanisms that ensure justice institutions do not perpetuate discrimination and fully support human rights compliance, including gender, sexual and reproductive health and rights, and intersectional discrimination, and ensure legal services and programs are co-designed with women in all the diversity, and ensure services, programs, and resources are in accessible formats. Invest in gender responsive budgeting across all areas of government, and allocate dedicated budget lines for gender justice and legal empowerment programs for grassroots women's and feminist organizations, gender transformative and feminist community based justice mechanisms in all geographical locations to center community-led meaningful input into gender responsive laws and policies. We further ask for a review of policies and legislation and for investigation in terms of structural discrimination embedded in criminal justice systems, and remove all legal and procedural barriers that prevent adolescent girls and young women in all their diversities from accessing justice independently, and ensure gender transformative legislation that integrates lived experiences of women and girls and overcomes geographic determinism. We ask for the recognition of those who are impacted by the climate crisis in terms of race, geographic location, including rural and remote areas, as well as maritime areas, age, gender, socioeconomic factors, and center the voices and knowledge of communities at risk, including cultural values, indigenous and local knowledge for climate solutions in providing due remedies and compensation for loss and damage for impacted communities. We further urge UN entities and sponsors and development partners to strengthen regional processes on CSW as part of the revitalization process, and all the related human rights mechanisms, and to build stronger systems of cooperation with feminist civil society organizations and social movements. We urge more funding, resourcing, and support provided to CSO at regional and sub-regional consultations to inform and engage with the regional processes of CSW annually, and to recognize that these consultations are key entry points for global advocacy, especially at the current context of the global ban. Yeah. And we would like to reiterate that, if this process could be pulled in a little earlier, so that, and given more time in terms of organizing, so that we are well prepared to have the kinds of discussions that CSW would have as per its theme, and be well prepared for the global process, so that we do not miss the opportunities of providing input into the CSW outcome statements. Like this year, the negotiations are already happening. So we need to make sure that as part of the Asia Pacific processes, we pull this process in a little earlier and engage in a way and have this process resourced so that we are able to have many more diverse voices represented and engaged in this process. And we also encourage member states to organize and engage with national processes as well, so that what goes into the outcome statements are, as we have agreed as part of this meeting, well informed from women and girls' voices and perspectives. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, civil society colleagues, for your suggestions, comments. This is the final request on my list. And we have already exhausted the time allocated for session 4. So with that, I would like to conclude this session. So I want to thank you all for the inputs you have provided, especially on the proposed suggested actions. The Joint Secretariat team will be working very hard in the coming week to prepare the draft report, including the suggested actions we just discussed. And we will aim to share with all of you the draft report by 13 February. So you will have another chance to look at the draft. So thank you again for your contributions. With that, I will hand it over to MC.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Shai and Ms. Uma, for your excellent moderation of this session. I now invite our closing speakers to take their seats at the rostrum. Before we begin our closing remarks, I would like to request all participants to please take a few moments to complete the electronic evaluation for this regional preparatory meeting. You may find the QR code on the screen or the link in the Q&A function for online participants. Please take a few moments to complete the evaluation now. Excellent. Thank you very much. To end this regional preparatory meeting, we will now have our closing remarks from Ms. Chai Chai and Ms. Christine Arab. Ms. Chai Chai, Chief, Gender Equality and Social Inclusion Section, ESCAP, please have your floor.
Excellencies, distinguished representatives, civil society partners, friends, and colleagues. As our regional preparatory meeting on CSW70's session draws to a close, on behalf of ESCAP, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the speakers and participants from governments, civil society, intergovernmental organizations, and UN agencies for your valuable contributions and policy-relevant insights on ensuring and strengthening access to justice for all women and girls. I would also like to thank all session moderators for facilitating discussions that were both substantive and firmly grounded in regional realities. The exchanges over these sessions have helped to build a shared picture of justice landscape for women and girls in Asia and Pacific. Across the region, many continue to encounter significant constraints when seeking justice, including uneven protections and limited access to responsive justice systems. These conditions shape their daily experiences, with implications not only for individual rights and dignity, but also for social cohesion and resilience. I'm encouraged, however, by our exchanges on the achievements and promising initiatives undertaken by governments and civil society to address gender-based discrimination in justice. These experiences remind us that progress is possible when legal reform is matched by political will, institutional capacity, and the meaningful participation of women and girls. The key messages emerging from this meeting draw together these reflections and underscore the scale and persistence of the challenges that continue to impede women's and girls' access to justice across the region. Discussions highlighted the interconnections between gender inequality, discriminatory legal frameworks, and the structural barriers. These challenges are reinforced by harmful social norms disproportionately affecting women and girls facing intersecting forms of discrimination. In response, discussion converged on a set of priority solutions to translate justice reforms into meaningful outcomes for women and girls. These include the need to strengthen legal literacy, expand accessible services, and build gender-responsive institutions. There was a strong emphasis on the regional collaboration involving governments, civil society, the private sector, and other stakeholders in advancing inclusive and accountable justice systems. In this context, the availability of gender-sensitive data and the meaningful participation of women in public administration and decision-making were repeatedly identified as critical to shaping effective justice policies. Ensuring that broader policy areas, including climate and sustainability efforts, integrate gender perspectives and allocate adequate resources, is also essential for enabling women and girls to fully exercise their rights. I believe this preparatory meeting has provided us with clear policy directions, practical approaches, and a shared sense of priorities that can inform regional contributions to the CSW70 deliberations. The reflections and suggested actions emerging from our discussions will be valuable in supporting efforts to advance equal access to justice for all women and girls across our region and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. On behalf of ESCAP, I'd like to once again thank our close partners, UN Women, UNDP, UNFPA, and UNICEF, with whom we jointly convened this regional preparatory meeting, for all their efforts and support in this process. I also wish to express our appreciation to my team at ESCAP for their dedication and hard work. My special thanks also go to the sign language interpreters and CMU, the conference management colleagues, for ensuring the accessibility and smooth conduct of the meeting over the past 2 days. Together with all of you, our collective efforts have led to a successful regional preparatory meeting. With that, I'm pleased to pass the floor to Christine for her final remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chai Chai. Excellencies, distinguished delegates and partners. It's a long day after a long week, and I know many of you have to travel, and it's hard to top what Chai Chai has just said. But as we come to a close, I want to thank you for the clarity of vision of the last 2 days. And if I can allow a bit of self-reflection on my part, having started in the system just after the Beijing Platform for Action was adopted many years ago, and we would discuss justice, it's such a distinct advancement today from those days. And for those of us who have fought that fight, it may feel too slow and too little, but it is remarkable to hear all of the examples from all of the governments today, and to hear how closely connected the vision that the governments are putting forward and so many of you in civil society are putting forward, which is an important advancement and we're pleased with. And I think it's also been important that while we understand the commitments, what we've heard the last 2 days are the actions. And that's always where the hard lift comes. And I want to highlight 3 transformative actions that we keep on hearing over and over again. First, justice systems must be designed around those facing the greatest barriers. And when justice pathways are accessible for all women in all of their diversity, they deliver a fairer outcome for everyone. This requires integrated justice responses, and as indeed one of the distinguished delegates said, strengthen national women's machineries to support this. These remedies include legal empowerment, and they include accessibility options that allow for all persons with all abilities to engage. Second, we have to strengthen the ecosystem of justice, particularly as an effort built on partnerships between institutions and non-governmental actors, legal aid providers, paralegal, community-based justice workers, women rights organizations, women human rights defenders on the ground, day to day, work together hand in hand in a way that's very difficult to track, but happens in every one of the countries at the community to federal level. And this ecosystem is essential to maintain and strengthen. Third, justice systems must treat women and girls as rights holders with power, agency, and voice, and not as passive recipients. This calls for sustained investment in justice pathways and legal empowerment. Across all these three priorities, reform can only be transformative if we have women's leadership and participation in all aspects of the justice ecosystem. We've heard some important numbers today, which are really impressive, and we all know that this has to be improved. And I can say with full certainty that this is a global issue, the issue of women's participation in justice. This is not specific to Asia or the Pacific. Technology, in turn, must be approached as an enabler rather than just a shortcut. Digital justice solutions can expand access only if persistent digital divides, digital literacy gaps, and discriminatory norms are addressed from the outset. Equity, safeguards, and accountability must be built into justice innovations and not added later. And again, this particular aspect is a worldwide learning curve that we are all on. I wish I could cite best practices on this, and there are none. So I thank you for your openness on this. And I believe when you get to New York, you will see that this is very shared regardless of the country. Excellencies, as we leave this meeting, the challenge before us is not one of ideas, but follow through. The discussions of the last 2 days have shown that the evidence exists, the solutions are known, and the partnerships are already in motion. And so we continue and we deepen and we remain committed. The CSW70 is in approximately 6 weeks. It is true that we are on the hind foot in terms of timing. That is a global process. That is not something that the regions can control. We have been in discussions with a number of delegates today on how, under the CSW revitalization, to find a better balance. Again, recognizing that certain information has to be readily available before we regionally convene in order for the discussions to be accurately informed. But we will, together with ESCAP, be thinking through how to do this differently, recognizing certain budget restraints that we are all facing. I urge you, please, and I say this all the time, because I hear this in my work, especially now with the multilateral system under the pressure that it is in. Every person in this room is the multilateral system. So when I hear the system is not, I hope it's followed with, so what can I do? Because everyone in this room is the system, and everyone in this room makes the system work or not. So please don't forget to call your Ministry of External Affairs, Foreign Affairs. Please make sure you have the information. Don't hesitate to reach out to any of the agencies that have worked with you today, because we're all working in this together. And on that point, I want to thank very much ESCAP for its leadership and partnership on all of these issues, and for all of their teams and what they do to give us such a space. I want to thank UNDP, UNFPA, and UNICEF for their dedicated, our colleagues have been in this room working diligently, capturing all of the recommendations today. I want to thank my team. And if you allow me, in particular, I want to say thank you and goodbye to one of our colleagues who's dreading this, but Hulda Oyuma, who has been the lead for UN Women Asia Pacific. She gets on a plane tomorrow, dear folks, and takes up her new job with UN Women in South Sudan as the deputy country representative. But she has been invaluable. She also doesn't like attention. So I just want to thank her very much and the team and thank everyone for your time. I wish you the safest of travels. I hope to see you all in New York and thank you for all your commitment. Have a good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shai. Thank you, Christine. Excellencies, distinguished guests and participants, we hope you have found the discussions as insightful and fruitful as we have. We will share the draft meeting report within the next 2 weeks, as Ms. Shai has indicated, by the 13th of February. Please have a good rest of your day. Bon voyage. ขอบคุณ and สวัสดีค่ะ